everybody. Oh my gosh, we're so excited to be here today. Welcome to Grace's summer camp. It's my favorite one of the year. I'm Katherine, and this is Professor Kory.
Hi everyone, welcome. We're so excited to be here with you guys today.
Yes, we're here at base camp. So we're gonna be taking you all over the world today. It's gonna be amazing, such a fun time. You guys are gonna have such fun adventures while we sit here at base camp, keeping warm, because we don't like cold. So we're gonna stay here where it's really warm, really hot. Let you guys adventure. Although, I would like to do a few of these adventures, so maybe I'll go on them. Some of them do look
pretty fun.
They do, yeah. We're gonna find quilting treasures, and we have so many great things coming up to show you guys today. Are you excited, Kory?
I am so excited.
Yeah?
Where are some of you guys watching from today?
Yeah, we love when we have these events because we have people coming in from all over the world. We're here, base camp, Salt Lake City. It's about 150 degrees today.
It is very hot here today.
It is very hot.
Hopefully it's not too hot where some of you guys are at.
Yeah. I did see a bunch of people where it could be hot though. So
yes.
Yeah, we'd love to see where you are watching from. We've got Robert in Mesquite, Texas.
Oh, I bet it's probably pretty hot down there.
I bet it is really hot. Deborah in Missouri. It's probably humid and hot there. I've been to Missouri. It's pretty humid. Debbie in Wisconsin. I have not been to Wisconsin, but I'm going to go there someday.
Lucy from Mississippi.
Heather in Michigan. Welcome. Welcome to the summer camp.
We got another Michigan.
Brenda. Evelyn in North Carolina. Well, we've got
Alberta,
Pam
Canada.
in Alberta, Canada. Savannah in New Hampshire.
Nice, we got a pretty good spread of people here today.
Yeah, we do. Kay in Georgia. Welcome to summer camp.
Well, we are going on a bunch of adventures today. What are some of your guys' adventures that you are currently traveling for or that you are working with on a quilting project?
Yeah, we'd love to hear it. Go ahead and put your comments and we'll go through them. But yeah, we'd love to hear what vacations you're doing. Are you doing a staycation and doing a bunch of quilting this summer? Are you getting all those UFOs done? Are you going somewhere fun in the world? Aside from where we're taking you today on our adventures,
yes,
right?
we definitely have a lot of fun places that we're going to go today.
Yeah, we still have people just coming in here. We've got Colorado, Washington, Central New York, Oregon. I mean, all over the world, really. It's awesome.
I saw one from Ecuador earlier.
Oh, Ecuador. That's probably really hot right now in Ecuador. Yeah.
All right, we got Angela working on a mystery hexie quilt.
Oh, that'll take you some time. Those hexies they're a challenge, yes. Renee, she's traveling a little to see her family. How fun. That's going to be my travel plans this year, too. Eric's finishing a dinosaur quilt.
Oh, that'll be fun.
That's cute.
That's very on theme with adventure today.
It is. Tammy's working on 2 baby quilts and has 8 memory lock quilts waiting in the wings.
Wow, she's got a lot of projects.
TrueQuilter, yep. She's got lots waiting in the wings. That's exciting. Graffiti quilting courses, my adventure. Janet, that sounds fun.
That sounds really fun.
Yeah, it does. This is exciting. I love seeing everyone's projects, what they're working on, where they're going, what they're doing. I'm just going to be visiting my family this year. I'm not doing much. What about you, Kory?
I am trying to get outdoors as much as possible. I was down in Moab a couple weeks ago.
Oh, fun.
Got a Glacier National Park trip coming up, so.
Awesome, that'll be fun. I've been to Glacier. It's a good adventure.
Yeah, I've heard it's gorgeous up there, so I'm excited.
I'm gonna go to Nashville. My daughter lives there. We're gonna drive to Gatlinburg. She swears by it's a fun town. If any of you have been there, let us know that you love it. But yeah, I'm excited. It'll be fun.
Oh, Savannah is designing her own quilts. That's cool.
Kristin's finishing her first wall hanging. Awesome. So many awesome projects going on this summer, which summer is a good time because it can get really hot outside. So you go inside to get cool, wait till it's dark, and then go outside when it gets a little cooler outside.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, look at all these awesome projects. Teresa finished a sampler quilt. That's awesome. All right, so this is great, you guys. I love that we are here again with you. We love being part of your lives and being part of your quilting journey, and we love bringing adventure to you and all of that. So What do you think, Kory? I think that we should talk about what we're going to be doing for this event.
Yeah, so here at summer camp, we have 4 different projects that we're going to be working on. And we are working on these with some of our educators here, as well as some of our ambassadors that we have with us. And those 4 projects are going to be focused around domestic machines and frames and accessories. So this is going to be a really exciting event, especially for those who have domestic machines and are looking for better ways to quilt with those domestic machines.
Little easier way to finish up your projects, that sort of thing. We realize there's so many people out there that are just beginning their quilting journey, or even those that have been in it for a long time just want something easier.
Yes.
And so that's what we're going to be focusing on our ventures today, going to all the fun places, talking about quilting with a domestic machine.
Yep, and we've got some great solutions for you guys to make things easier for you.
We really do. So this year's theme is called Hunt for the Lost Treasure. So we are looking for treasure as we are learning from our ambassadors, learning from our educators, looking for all the tips and tricks and everything that we can use while we're quilting. Now, I have to tell you, I made sure to dress the part today, as Professor Kory did as well.
Yep.
So I've got my shirt that I can get dirty in, because I'll be out there adventuring. I've got my hat to keep me nice and cool, khaki so I blend in with the surroundings.
There you go.
And then cargo pants to put all those tips and tricks in my pockets.
Keep your rotary cutter on your
Keep
side.
my rotary cutter here, yes. And then the final thing, I've got sparkle shoes.
Look at these.
Sparkle shoes, because who doesn't need sparkle shoes when they go adventuring, right? So I'm ready to go.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, I'm dressed for adventure. No matter which adventure I choose to go on today, I am ready to go. I am hoping you are all ready to come and join us and to learn from all of our fun projects that we're going to be doing. All right, so we just want to take a little bit of time here to talk about scammers. Unfortunately, here at Grace, we run into scammers from time to time. So we have come up with some ideas of how to watch out for scammers. We will never ask for your information on social media. We will always contact you directly. We won't ask for it on social media. Never give your personal information out on social media, just to make sure that those scammers aren't sneaking in when you're not aware of it. All of our emails, everything will come from Grace. So make sure that before you open something that'll give you a spam, that it's coming from Grace Company.
Yep, and if you do have a question about any emails or anything that might look suspicious, definitely feel free to give us a call to confirm that it is from us.
Absolutely.
Before you open any attachments, if you have any questions.
We love those calls from our customers. Our dealers even will call us and say, hey, I got this weird email. Is this from you? Is this Facebook ad yours? And we love those calls because we know you're watching out for yourselves, you're watching out for Grace Company. So always call us if you're concerned or worried or anything like that.
Yep, we want to keep you guys safe, both on this adventure and any adventures you have in the future.
Exactly, because we want you to have fun on this adventure and make sure to come back to our next adventure that we will be having in the fall as well.
Yep.
So.
Speaking about some of our next adventures, some of the best ways to keep track of what we're doing here at Grace Company is to follow us on social media. We do have several social media accounts that you can follow us on. So we have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, and Pinterest. These are all great locations to find us, see what we're up to, get notifications about any events that we have coming up. And we just love having you follow us so we can connect with you, so we can hear what you're working on. We love when you post pictures of your quilts that you're working on. We just love being able to connect with you guys and learn about your triumphs and be able to help you with your struggles. So definitely give us a follow on social media so we can stay connected and we can help you guys through any and all of your quilting adventures.
Well, and there's so many different ways. I remember when I started working here about 3 years ago or so, we only had a couple of social media ways to contact with us. now we've got so many different ways.
We do.
And we really, really, really want to talk about YouTube. YouTube, our YouTube channel, it's awesome. Every week we post different things, different highlights, different tutorials. So subscribe to YouTube. It'll give you reminders. I actually use YouTube a lot with my job. I'll get phone calls and someone will say, hey, I'm looking for a video about this frame, how to attach my cloth leaders. So I'll go into YouTube and I can find those videos there. We have so many great different videos that we've added onto our YouTube channel. Yep. So subscribe, visit us there. With that being said, with this summer camp, we're going to be releasing our videos a little bit differently. So we're going to be releasing one segment each week on Monday. So if you subscribe on YouTube, you'll get the reminder to make sure that you watch it when it comes out on the next following Monday. So for the next 4 Mondays in a row, you'll be able to rewatch these. If for some reason you're missing something or you want more information about a project, just wait for it to show up on YouTube and then you'll have it right there in your hands.
Yep, and if you subscribe to us, you'll definitely get those notifications of when we do post those.
Absolutely.
Speaking of other tutorials and education pieces, we do have 2 segments that we do twice a month. So we have our Quilters Playground, and then we also have Need a Little Help. These are excellent segments that were put on by our education team and give you a chance to talk live with Carla or one of our other educators here at the Grace Company. You can learn from them, you can ask questions, they'll help you with any product questions you have. If you're struggling with doing something with your quilts, with your automation, with your machine, anything like that, they are there to help you. So definitely check out Quilters Playground and Need a Little Help. You can find these events on our website under the events tab. These are great places to get support from us and to just continue to learn and advance your quilting adventure. And they're really awesome. Our education team here is excellent.
They are, and you know, since we started the Quilters Playground maybe about 6 or 7 months ago, I cannot believe how fast it has grown. There's so many members that have joined already, and it's nice because it's a Zoom. So if you have questions, they give you time at the beginning or at the end to ask questions about the topic that they're talking about. And so it's nice to have so many hundreds of people on a Zoom call with you that you can find an answer to what questions you might have. So join Quilters Playground and Need a Little Help. We only have a couple more minutes here before we take our first adventure, and we have the most amazing giveaway.
We do. We have some amazing giveaways.
We're so excited. So for you, those of you that pre-registered, you were automatically entered into our giveaway, and we are giving away our Mini Quilter, valued at $299.95. This is awesome. We're going to be having one of our segments. They're going to be using the Mini Quilter to do a project. So you'll be able to learn how it works and see how easy it is to use. We're very excited about it.
Yes, this is such a fun product, and it is placed at a very affordable price. So it's great for you to be able to purchase and learn how the free motion quilting process works on a frame. This is a great learning tool. It comes with some education pieces inside the product. And then we also have a lot of tutorials on it as well. And I'm sure our Quilters Playground and Need a Little Help are probably going to be having a lot of education pieces on the Mini Quilter, because this is really an amazing project, especially for those beginner quilters.
Exactly. All right, let's see who our winner is. We ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Cheryl Paul, congratulations. So Cheryl, because you pre-registered, we have your information, and we will have Allegra reach out to you to get the information to send it to you. We only have a few seconds left here, so we want to talk about what we're doing. We are going swimming.
Yes,
with
in the
Angelique.
ocean, the deep ocean.
In the depths of the ocean, we're going swimming with Angelique. We're so excited. She's gonna find a quilting treasure. And then we're also, after that, we have some ambassadors of ours that are going on their own quilting adventure. So go ahead and watch Angelique, watch the ambassadors, and then meet us back here at base camp and we can talk about it.
And enjoy the adventure.
Yes. All right, we'll see you in a little while.
I don't think anybody's been here for thousands of years. I'm definitely gonna find the treasure of the lost quilt here. Wait, what is this? It's just like the scroll said it would be. Lambda Rho, LR, Little Rebel. Wow, this is so advanced for something so ancient. And what's this? I bet this is it. I bet this is the treasure of the lost quilt. Wait, what's this? Flying north in the spring 2 and 4, surrounded by sky glittering orange and gold, away from the setting of the brightest star, 4 more fly by from east and far. Well, this is definitely not the treasure of the lost quilt, but it must be a clue to the treasure of the lost quilt. So let me see if I can figure this out. Flying north in the spring 2 and 4. Well, I know that flying geese, they fly north during the spring, so they must be flying geese. And their sky must be orange and gold. So I'm gonna be making some flying geese. Away from the setting of the brightest star. Well, the brightest star, well, that's the sun. 4 more fly by from east and far, so it sounds like I'm making quite a few of those. Well, I better get started making those flying geese. With the various amounts of flying geese that we're going to be making for this quilt, I have 2 different variations of how to make them in the pattern. So check out the comments and how you can get a copy of the pattern. The one I'm going to show you right now is the 4 at a time method. This is what you'll need to make the flying geese units. So what you're going to do is you're going to need the large alabaster square, which is going to make up the geese portions of the unit. And then you're going to need your colored squares, which are going to make your sky. So you're going to start by lining up the drawn lines that we've done from one corner to the other, making sure that they stay in alignment. And we're going to clip those in place or pin them if you prefer pins. And we're going to sew on both sides of that line. We're going to do a standard 1/4 of an inch seam allowance on both sides of that line. Next, we're going to cut on that line. And and we're going to press the triangles outwards to make 2 L-shaped units. Right, so once we press, we end up with these L units, and now we're going to place our remaining squares from the corner to the other corner, so they're aligned to the back corner, and we'll clip those in place. And we're going to go back to the machine and again sew on both sides of the line our standard seam allowance. We're going to cut the drawn line again, just like we did for the other one on both segments. And press open the remaining triangle. And now we're basically going to trim them to their final size, micro trim, as per what is in the instructions. So I've made all these flying geese units, but I'm not sure what to do with them all. Let me look at the clue again. 4 more fly, 2 and 4. Well, clearly, the best thing I can do right now is sew them into pairs. And then I'll be able to figure out the rest of it later. All right, so we have our flying geese all ready to go. What was that? Looks like another clue. The brightest star in the sky, 2/4 of a golden pie. A flash of green as it sinks to slumber. 3.14 is a never-ending number. We know that the brightest star is the sun. We figured that out in the first clue. 2/4 of a golden pie, 3.14, that is pi, which is needed to calculate circle stuff. And if I have 2/4 of a circle, that's half, which would look like a setting sun. I must be making a setting sun. And the green. I remember when I was in Hawaii, there was this thing called the green flash. When the sun sets, there's this ocular thing that happens when everything flashes green. So the water must be green. The only way to really make anything circular in quilting is to use the Drunkard's path, also known as the pie and crust. So for this one, we're going to use templates that you'll find in the pattern. And it's a good idea to pin your templates for the cutting. You just want to make sure that the templates stay flat. And now we're just going to carefully cut around the curve for the suns. So we're done with our templates. You can see one will go around this way and one will go around this way. So the next step that you want to do is we want to mark the centers of both our pie and our crust. So I'm going to fold over the corner, just give it a finger press and mark it so I can see it really well. And we're going to do the same thing with the crust. For each of our units, we're going to start by lining up those center points that we marked. And you can pin or clip. And then I'm going to walk this edge around with my fingers. And basically, I'm stretching it to go around the curve. And you can pin or clip some of this in place to get over to the sewing machine. All right, so you're going to carefully go around the edge. I recommend slowing down. And you are going to stretch this as you go around, making your 1/4 inch seam allowance. And it's okay if it doesn't end up exactly where you marked your centers. It's just to give you a good starting point. And you're just going to continue to do that around, turning your fabric, keeping that seam allowance. All right, so we are going to press our Drunkard's Path blocks a little bit differently for each one. On the left side, we're going to press the seam towards the sun, as I am doing, and then on the right side, we're going to press the seam of the sun towards the actual crust side. And so this is going to help us nest our seams better when we put these together. Next, we're just going to micro trim some of the edges off just to kind of square it up a little bit better. You are stretching the fabric a little, so it's not always going to be perfectly aligned on the edges. And so those are going to end up like that. We have our side pieces here, which are going to get sewn on next, and then our bottom pieces. You may find that you'll have to stretch your fabric a little bit because you did stretch it one direction as you were doing that curve. So don't be afraid to give it just a little bit of a tug to get your pieces to align as best as possible. We are going to do a little bit more trimming. For the side pieces of the sky that you added, it's best to press away from your sun just to keep that bulk down. So I think you can see now why we pressed our sun's opposite directions. This is going to make it a little bit easier for nesting these seams. And so I'm going to want to do the same thing when I press these. And we've completed our setting sun blocks and went ahead and sewed them together. So we're going to set this aside and keep on looking for clues. I'm not sure what to do next, so I better go do more investigation of the ruins.
Adventurer, how's your progress in finding the lost quilt?
I haven't found it, but I have found some clues that I think are leading me to making a map where the quilt must be. I just finished making a setting sun of Drunkard's Paths, aka the pie and crust blocks.
Interesting. Did you know the Drunkard's Path block is also known as the Solomon's puzzle pattern and is as old as the ancient Egyptians? It's even been found amongst Roman artifacts. The block was used frequently in America during the Prohibition, and today is a favorite block of more experienced quilters.
Professor Kory, that's fascinating. It's definitely a challenging block, but it was a lot of fun to make too.
You're also not limited to just a circle with the Drunkard's Path. You can get a variety of patterns by changing the orientation or alternating colors for different impact.
Wow, I can't wait to try some different designs when this adventure is over, but I should get back to it.
Good luck, and call me if you need anything.
Time to go back to searching.
Quilters always say you should change your rotary blade often, but they can be so expensive. And after thinking about it way too long, I thought, there are things that sharpen knives, there has got to be some device that sharpens a rotary blade. And after doing a little bit of research, I ended up getting the linear sharpener from Grace Company, and so far I love it. There's a little stone inside of the sharpener that sharpens your blade like a knife. I've tried this guy out on a couple of my dull blades, and I'm shocked by how much sharper they are afterwards. I've started sharpening my blade at the end of every project just to extend its life, and now I feel like I'm saving so much money because I'm not buying as many rotary blades, which means more money for fabric. At Grace Company, we believe that creativity can strike at any time, and we are here with the products and resources to bring it to life. Unleash your creativity with Grace.
Wait. Another box. I wonder if this is it. No, but it's another clue. 2 diving down, chased by golden geese. 3 darting up, never the set should meet. Parallel is the darker hue, glittering gold leads the few. Chased by golden geese. Well, I know we made the flying geese units already. 2 diving down. Sounds like it's still in the sky, too. Darting up. Darting birds. Okay, so I must be making darting birds blocks for this one. And it sounds like I'm gonna have 2 and a set of 3, and some of them are gonna be parallel, and some are gonna be in gold. Think I've got it. Draw a diagonal line on the wrong side of each 4x4 alabaster square. All right, the first thing we're gonna want to do is we're gonna want to sew our 2.5-inch strips together. So we're gonna have pairs of colored with the alabaster. For the strips, we want to press to the dark side. Now we're gonna cut for each darting bird 2.5-inch strips from the colored and alabaster strips that we created. I always like to start with a micro cut to make sure my edge is straight. What we're going to do here is we're gonna overlap, so it's about 1/2 inch, so that when I sew it, my colored blocks are overlapped. So if I flip this over on this side, the best way for me to get a good 1/2 inch is to line up the 2 edges of my seam allowance, the foldy part of the seam allowance here. It'll also make a smoother seam for this long one. And so it'll look like that when I'm done. We're gonna press this seam open, and then we're gonna trim this to 4 by 4 inches. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is very much like making a half square triangle. We have our 4x4 alabaster piece, which we're going to place on top so the right sides are together. And the important thing here is that my diagonal line that I have drawn is going diagonally with my colored blocks. For this one, you want to make sure that you do what I'm going to call a scant 1/4 inch, but I'm not sewing on the line. I'm sewing on both sides of the line, just like when you do a half square triangle, but I don't want to do your standard 1/4 inch, or I'm going to lose my points that get created from this. And you're going to cut on the line. Be very careful when you cut this line because you did do a scant, so you don't have a lot of wiggle room. The next thing is going to be making the half square triangles that I need to make in order to make the wing portions of the bird and the tail portions of the bird. So we're going to have our 5x5 colored piece right side up. With right sides together, we're going to put our alabaster piece on, and we're going to sew on both sides of both lines. Before we cut, we're going to draw our vertical and horizontal lines. We're going to trim our head and body unit to 3.5 by 3.5. All right, so we have that. And now we're just going to lay out our other pieces so we can check to see our best way to trim these and keep our corners, because we're working with some odd sizes here. all of our squares should come out to be just under 2 inches. So we're going to trim these down. And that should give me about my 1/4 of an inch. So I'm going to go sew these two together. And then sew this side on, we'll have our darting bird. And micro trim your units as needed to get to the final sizes listed in the pattern. Well, our alternating darting birds are done, but I'm just not sure how it all comes together yet. I guess I better get back to searching the ruins. I must have missed something. Wait, how did I not see that before? Oh, somebody has been here. It looks like they set off some kind of a trap. I better be careful. Let's see if I can get this bag. I wonder what's in here. Maybe this is the quilt. No. It's another clue. Egyptians, Vikings, and Polynesians too. Exploring, trading, and finding land anew. Trimming and tacking, birth geography, halves and squares of important geometry. More of orange than of gold, this form of transport is very old. Columbus voyaged the ocean green, maritime life is not for the mean. This is definitely a tougher clue. Let me see if I can puzzle this one out. So let's see, Vikings and Polynesians and Columbus. They all sailed the seas looking for new land and to open up trading. So this must have something to do with sailboats, especially since the first known sailboat was found in Egypt. Let's see, ocean green. Well, we know our ocean is green from some of the previous clues, so that makes that sense. Trimming and tacking, definitely sailing. Halves and squares of important geometry. Well, half square triangles would make really good sails. I think with what I have, I can definitely make some kind of a sailboat. Better get to work on that clue. So for this clue, we're going to be building a sailboat from the blocks that we have here. We're going to make some half square triangles out of our gold and alabaster, where the alabaster is going to be our sails, and the gold and the orange is going to be the different layers of our sky. So we're going to start by placing our right sides together with the drawn line up of the alabaster. And we're going to clip those in place. We're going to do the same thing with the orange and alabaster. And we're going to have another one that's green and orange. And we're doing the 2 at a time half square triangle method, so we're going to sew on both sides of the line. We're going to take these back over to the cutting mat and cut on that drawn line. We're going to trim all of our half square triangles to 4 3/4. All right, well, we know from the clue that we have more oranges than gold ones. So we're gonna always end up with one leftover block, but that's okay. It's still the best and fastest way to make half square triangles. So I'm just gonna get that out of the way. Right, so now we're just going to start assembling the blocks how we have them laid out. So I'm just going to start by putting pairs together. I'm going to go sew these pairs together, and then from there I'm going to sew the next sets on to make the full squares, and then I can sew the squares that I have so far together, leaving the one open for something that's missing. So I'm going to head over to the machine and get started. This is going to take me a little bit of time. Our sailboat is mostly assembled. I'm going to have to wait because we look like something else needs to be a part of that. Whether that's going to be there or there, I'm not sure yet. But when we get more clues, we'll find out. So I guess I better start looking around and see what I'm missing.
If sewing is your passion, you'll want to try this. I chose the TrueCut ergonomic cutter for its incredible precision thanks to its unique ruler track and cutter guide. It locks into place as you cut, keeping the blade right where it should be. No slipping or mistakes. This cutter isn't like any other. It's built to help me finish my projects faster and safer with total comfort for my hands. If you're considering a tool upgrade, TrueCut is worth a look. You won't regret it.
Angelique is swimming around in an abandoned underwater temple. Could she be in the lost city of Atlantis? If you don't know, Atlantis is a legendary city, first described by the Greek philosopher Plato around 360 BCE. He wrote that it was a powerful island nation that sank into the sea in a single day and night. While many believe Atlantis is purely a myth, others have searched for its possible location for centuries, from the Mediterranean to the Caribbean. Some fun theories suggest it had advanced technology, crystal energy, and even flying machines. Whether real or imagined, Atlantis continues to capture our imagination as a lost world full of mystery and wonder. I'm not positive if Angelique stumbled upon the lost city of Atlantis, but hopefully she'll find some kind of treasure here.
Oh, I better hurry. This place is not stable. Wait, that wasn't there before. It must have got revealed in the earthquake. Wait, it's not here. I was sure when we found this treasure chest, the treasure of the lost quilt would be in it. But instead, I think this box is so pretty. I'm going to open it first. More fabric and another clue. From snail calm to churning but not dash, 4-patch center makes these crash. Often scrappy to save some cash, snowballed corners make the sunset gleam. The deeper, the darker, until no light is seen. Well, let's see. We know we're going to have an ocean. An ocean has waves that crashes, so I bet this has something to do with a wave. And especially churning, because the ocean churns. And snail calm but not dash. Oh, I think this is talking about the monkey wrench block, which is also called a snail block. Not to be confused with the churn dash that is also sometimes called a monkey wrench. I think that's what it's talking about. And I've definitely seen online that people will use scraps to make these fun blocks, and it has snowballed corners. That's it has to be that. And the darker and the deeper, the no light, that's definitely something that happens when the ocean, we're making the ocean for our quilt. Oh, let's get started. This clue house is making the pieces that will be the ocean, which is composed of 6 monkey wrench or snail blocks and rectangular blocks to represent the depths. We're going to start with the monkey wrench blocks. We're going to place one 2x12 inch medium green rectangle with the 2x12 inch light green rectangle. We're going to repeat with the remaining 2x12 inch medium green rectangle with a gold rectangle, right sides together, and sew along the 12 inch edge. And we're always going to press these seams towards the darker fabric. Now we're going to subcut these into 6 2-inch wide strips for both of the color pairs we just made. So now we're going to sew our strips together. Again, want our dark greens opposite each other, and we're going to nest those seams. And this is going to make the centers of our monkey wrenches. Using the triangles from the 3, 4, and 5-inch squares, lay out the following pattern. So we have all of our triangles arranged and how they're going to be put on our centerpiece and work our way out. So we're going to start with the inner triangles first. And we're just going to flip, and you can do 2 sides at a time as long as they are direct opposites of each other. So I'm going to sew these 2 on. One of the tricks here when you're lining up your triangles is to make sure that the point of your triangle is going against the line of your 2 patches on the farthest block of the 4 patch. Between each pair, we're going to press the triangles away from the center. And now we can put the opposite triangles on. And then I'm just going to take a minute to trim off all of these dog ears that have been created. And then I'm just going to continue the process, flipping each 2 pairs until all of the triangles have been added. So I'm going to go do that. All right, so our monkey wrench blocks are done. Now we're going to lay them out, alternating their direction to really kind of create a wavy look. Then sew those blocks together. All right, so we have our waves of our ocean completed, all of our monkey wrenches sewn together. Now we're going to do the depths part. This is really easy. We're just going to sew the remaining rectangles together, the teal color with the really dark green. We're going to add all 6 of those together. Again, I've gotten some of them already put together. And so I'm going to alternate the direction that I press so I can nest the seams, as you can see here. So we have our monkey wrenches all sewn together to create our waves. We've finished putting our layered ocean together. You see the teal is at the top, and so we want that to line up with our teal triangle, so that makes this the bottom. And then we're going to nest our seams for each of those blocks and sew our ocean together. Now we're going to press all of our seams. And so our ocean is complete. With that done, now we can open the last ancient bag, and hopefully it has the clue that we need to finally find the treasure of the lost quilts. With the bottom third all done, the rest of the quilt will be real fun. 102011, 100211, 101212. Match the rest from the previous clues. You know what's really going to help us here? A design wall. So let's work from that and start puzzling this together. All right, so we know the ocean goes at the bottom, so we're going to put that up first on our design wall. We know the sailboat has to go over the ocean. We know we have a setting sun, and that takes up 2 blocks. So I bet that's going to go here. Now let me go back and look at some of those other clues. Flying north in the spring, 2 and 4, surrounded by sky, away from the setting sun. So that was the clue that we used to make our flying geese. So I know that I'm going to have some flying geese going north. I think I've got it. So now I just need to sew all of my pieces together row by row, except for here where I have some rows. So I'll do these 2 pieces together and sew these, and then we're going to reveal the finished quilt. Well, here's the finished quilt, but I don't see a location to the treasure. Where's the treasure?
Hello.
Professor Kory, I've come to the end of my journey. I followed the clues, sewn the map together, and I've hit a dead end. With your expertise on the history and mythology of the treasure of the lost quilt, where could it be?
Did you enjoy the journey?
Why, yes. It was so much fun to put this map together.
But it's not a map, and the treasure is not an object. The real treasure is making the quilt and saving the art of quilting from ever being lost.
You're so right. That is the real treasure. Thank you for sending me on this expedition. If you'd like the pattern for this quilt, check out the comments. In the meantime, you saw some of the things that I used. If you want to be part of the adventure, check out the Little Rebel and TrueCut on our website, graceframe.com. Time for me to go.
Are telling everyone's quilting horror stories. Dun dun dun! I've heard you got a gnarly quilting horror story as well. Let's hear it.
It's a good one. Be right. I decided I wanted a quilting machine of my own to work on at home, and I thought, okay, I needed a place at home so I could do it. So I decided to go to my basement and clean out my brother's old room. I decided I'm gonna paint it, I'm gonna clean it. I did all of that work so I could finally get my own unique machine. I decided that I wanted the 19, and I got the 19. I was like, hey, I have a project. I need to work really hard on this. I need to get it done by this time. And I wanted to use ruler work. I put on my ruler base. I started quilting, and my machine started flopping from side to side.
Oh my god. Oh gosh.
I have tears in my eyes. It's making weird noises. And I go running upstairs to my mom. I broke the machine! And I'm thinking I broke it for sure. So I went in the next day, went and talked to our lovely sewing lab and said, hypothetically, if this were to happen, is it broken? And they just laughed at me and said, no, you put the ruler base on the wrong way, backwards.
That'll do it. Yeah. That'll do
And
it.
it really ruined it. So, had to start over on the project, but
That's a bummer.
I figured it out.
Thank you so much for sharing those, you guys. We have some fantastic submissions that I would love, love, love to see. So let's cue that first quilting horror story video.
One time I got a brand new rotary cutter and I was putting it back in the package and I sliced my finger and I thought, oh, it'll be fine. And I had like a towel around it and I'm like, oh, it's fine, it's fine. And I took the towel off, blood squirted all over my wall. It wasn't fine. In fact, I had to go to the hospital and get some stitches and I still cannot feel this fingertip. Then I cut myself again, same rotary cutter, but no stitches this time and no blood on the quilt. So I was very happy. Side note, I then bought recently a new TrueCut rotary cutter from Grace. Guess what? I haven't cut myself yet.
I saw that really nice man on the Grace Company's website with a big old stack of UFOs. I thought, so I bought myself a cutie quilter and I love it. So I was bringing out all these UFOs that are 15, 20 years old that I just threw away underneath the bed, whatever. So I got one, was prepping it already for my cutie quilter. I was all happy. Bright thread, yada, yada, yada. Print down, iron infused. The borders were wavy. That's why I never finished it. So now I have to go back through and tear all the borders out and re-prep it for my cutie quilter, which is going to take me quite a while. Make sure your quilts are ready properly for your whatever quilting method that you decide to do. Long arm, domestic machine, take it and pay it. Make sure it's properly prepared for your next action.
So I had just started quilting, which really was not that long ago. And I decided to take on the task of making all of my siblings, there were 4 of them, quilts for Christmas. Every single one was gonna get their own like throw size quilt, which is just a lot. But I decided to take on, and I thought, you know what my baby brother needs? He needs a white quilt. White. I determined of all the colors that I could have selected that white was the one that would do really well. And it did. It looked really nice. Let me show you. See? So pretty. It's Christmas. You can see the elf in the picture. It looks great. I was very risky. And I put burgundy in the circles and on the sides. This is a free pattern, by the way, if you want it. But I think you know that things took a turn. Let me show you. Do you see? This is not a lighting issue. That is a pink quilt, an irregularly pink quilt, because I washed it. I like the whole crinkle, and I washed it, and that's what happened. Here's an even better picture of that. You can see the dye. So I made a mistake. I got a flannel burgundy backing from an estate sale, and I thought that it was fine, and I didn't pre-wash it. It's not fine, and you shouldn't do that in my book. At least that's the lesson I learned from this. But anyway, I learned an even better lesson because I got to remake this quilt, because I wasn't gonna actually gave him this quilt, but I wasn't gonna give him like a, subpar quilt. So here's what I ended up with. So there, that's what I ended up making. A lot hardier for my brother, a lot more likely to withstand the caliber of love he was likely to give this quilt. So it all worked out. So I learned a lot from my very scary giant mistake.
I don't know how I'm gonna get off this island. I've been stranded here for days. What is this? Oh my goodness. It's a treasure map. This will lead me off the island. And even better, it's a sewing themed treasure map. I think we should figure out how to make this because we all need to learn how to use all of our sewing treasure.
So trace all of your designs. Now I am tracing onto Steam-A-Seam Light. You could also use Heat and Bond Light. You just want to make sure you don't use the Ultra because you can't sew through that and you're going to want to be able to sew. Steam-A-Seam is my favorite though. So trace all of your designs onto the Steam-A-Seam, and then once you're done tracing, you can roughly cut around. You don't need to be super precise. Roughly cut around and then peel off the one side of the paper backing. Then you're going to press it onto your fabric with your hot iron. Then you'll be ready to fuse it onto your project when you're all done. But we're not going to do that part just yet. So right now, just do all of your tracing, trim around the edges, decide what fabric you want to put your images on, and then go ahead and iron them onto the fabric. Once you're done with that, we're going to just cut everything out. Here is where you want to be more precise, and you want to cut everything out along the lines. Now, I'm using a scissors that I tend to not use just for fabric, but they're sharp enough that they're going to cut nicely through my fabric because you are also cutting through this paper layer here. So go ahead and cut. I'm just kind of cutting them apart first, and then I'll get in there with the details, and I'm going to trim around with my scissors and trim right around those edges of everything until it's nice and neat. Right, once you're done with all of your precision trimming, then you can go ahead and peel off that paper backing. So you've got paper on the front and the back. So we're just peeling off the back side for right now, and that leaves a kind of temporary adhesive on your fabric. It becomes permanent once you press it with your iron, and then for extra durability, we're gonna stitch everything into place when we're all done. Next up, we have our names. Now, I put this through the printer and printed onto the fabric. I just put some heat and bond on the back side. Now I'm just trimming it off. So the back side of the fabric will be sticky, so I can iron them in place. And again, I used Heat and Bond Light for this one. I'm cutting with a pinking shears just to give a little bit of a detailed edge. It also helps eliminate some fraying. Now for this, if you didn't want to have to stitch these into place, you could use Heat and Bond Ultra, and then when you do iron them down, they are a permanent adhesion, but you cannot stitch through it. Okay, next we're gonna lay everything out. Now this part, take your time. You can lay out your treasure map whatever way you want. Once you're happy with the layout, then you can start layering and pressing your applique pieces into place with your iron. So you can see I started with this little pond area for our stitchy swamp. Was it stitchy swamp? Spool swamp? I don't remember. Anyway, you get the picture, right? So go ahead and layer the pieces on, ironing as you go. Once you're happy with your placement, move on to the next part of the map. I kind of laid everything out before I ironed anything down just to make sure I was really happy that it flowed nicely and looked the way I wanted it to. And then I just start pressing them down and adding things wherever I want them to be. So once you get all of that done and you get everything pressed with your iron, because that's going to make that adhesion more permanent but able to stitch through if you use the Steam-A-Seam light. So again, just keep that pressing going and get everything just how you want it. Next, we're going to peel that paper backing off of our landmark labels, and we're going to put those in place as well. Same thing here, you want to put them in place and then press them with the iron to tack them down before you do any of your stitching. Now, once I know I'm done with all my ironing, I'm going to take my heat erase pen and I'm going to draw my little treasure map detail and outline. This is where I want to do my main stitching. All right, now we're ready to put this all together. So we've got our cutie frame and we've got our machine on here. We're in free motion mode and we are just working along the edge. Now, my intention was for this to be a nice scrappy stitch. So I am not worrying too much about perfection here. I am just going over from piece to piece, and I'm just stitching with a dark contrasting thread. I'm using black, and I'm stitching around those edges because I want it to look scrappy. I don't want it to look perfect. I want my lines to not be straight. I'm going over some of the areas several times here. Nice thing with a cutie frame, it's really easy to adjust as you go, and you can do a small section and then you just take off your clamps, you move your quilt, and then you go to the next section. I found this really fun and actually super relaxing, and I loved that I could quilt this with my home sewing machine, that it's lightweight, it's portable, I can take it anywhere with me, and I still get that fun long-armed look, and this gave me the freedom to do so much with the free motion quilting. This is the most free motion I've ever done, and I loved every step of the way. So again, we're going back to the project here, and we are just stitching. I'm completely stitching randomly. Wherever I see something and I think, okay, yeah, I want to stitch around the blocks, I want to stitch around all of my labels. And using this frame really allows me to just be able to stitch wherever I want. I'm just guiding my machine and basically doing the free motion work as I'm going. Like, I had no plan going into this. I'm just doing whatever I feel like doing in the moment, which to me is so freeing and so much fun.
Applique is a technique where fabric shapes are sewn onto a larger fabric background to create decorative designs. There are several methods, but three common types include raw edge applique, where shapes are cut out and stitched directly onto the fabric, great for casual or modern looks. Needle turn applique involves hand turning the edges under for a smooth finished appearance. Decorative stitch applique uses your sewing machine's built-in stitches, like satin or blanket stitch, to secure and embellish the edges, adding both function and flair. Can you tell what kind of applique method Missy is using?
Now I am using a heat erase pen here wherever I want to draw. If it helps to have a line to follow, you can use a heat erase pen, an air erase pen, whatever kind you have for marking fabric. But I'm just marking my little lines here so that I can see where I want to go, and that helps me to keep everything how I want it to look at the end. as I'm working around these spools, again, we're not striving for perfection. If I go off the edges a little bit, that's intentional. So just remember to relax, put your shoulders back, have some fun while you're doing this. Don't be tense. It's easier to do if you just relax and just kind of let the machine guide you. You're guiding the machine, but you know what I mean? Like just kind of just do whatever you feel like doing. And don't worry about perfection, because I think this scrappy, sloppy outline stitch is just so much fun when it's all done and everything comes together. So I found that once I got to the end of my quilt, it was easier for me to take it off the frame, flip it around, and put the bottom of the map up towards the top of my frame. It was just easier for me to be able to get everything stitched the way that I wanted. So again, I'm just clamping the quilt down, rolling up that excess just to make sure that nothing gets stitched where it shouldn't. And then I'm gonna start at the little compass there, and I'm gonna stitch around all the letters and everything. I'm just gonna keep going with my free motion process until everything is perfectly scrappy and stitchy the way I like it. I just love the way the Mini Quilter gives me the freedom to do this anywhere I am. Like I could do this at any of my sewing machines. And this is great for quilts and smaller projects, because if I don't want to load something on the big long arm, I have this option that I can take anywhere with me. I love that I can take it with on a quilting retreat, because I'm going on a couple this fall, and this is going to be coming with me because it's just so much fun. All right, we are actually all done with the stitching. So now I'm taking this over to my cutting mat, and I'm gonna lay it all out nice and smooth. I did give it a quick press with the iron, which got rid of any of those heat erase marks that I made. Now I'm just gonna square it up. So I'm gonna square up all of the edges, trim off that excess on all four sides. The backing, again, is already on there. And then all we have left to do is add the binding. And I'm gonna make the binding be that brown color because I want it to mimic the burnt edges of a map without actually having to burn anything. So you guys, that's really all there is to it. This project is meant to inspire you, to have some fun, and to just give yourself permission to play and not worry about perfection. Do whatever you want, because I want you to know there are no rules in sewing and quilting, and especially free motion quilting. Just get out there and try it and have so much fun. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you enjoyed our fun sewing treasure map. I'd love to see photos of the ones you make hanging in your sewing room. So please send me pictures, tag me on Instagram. And if you enjoyed this video, be sure to follow along on YouTube at The Little Green Bean for more full-length tutorials.
In the heart of a quiet antique mall, a rare species of quilter begins her search. This is Kristin Rauch, a Grace Ambassador with a keen eye for the unique and unexpected. Today, she's on the hunt not for fabric or thread, but for something far more elusive, the perfect vintage treasure to crown her whimsical mushroom block. With patience, instinct, and a touch of creative flair, Kristin navigates aisles of forgotten wonders in pursuit of the cap that will bring her project to life. Now, with her treasure in hand, we follow her back to the studio, where the real magic begins. It's time for Kristin to cut, piece, and stitch the mushroom block into existence.
Okay, let's cut out the fabric for our camp mushroom. We have two sizes, a 15-inch block and a 20-inch block, so you can pick which one you'd like. For today, we're just going to make a mini. We're going to start with the 15-inch size. I have the mushroom cap all prepped for both. 15-inch block, you need 8.5-inch square, which you may notice my corners are cut out of one side because that's what the found treasure quilt block was. I added corners to the bottom, but we are going to stitch and flip the background to the top corner. So I just left them because I have enough room to do the stitch and flip and not have to worry about filling it in. And then for the 20-inch block, which we'll cut out after the 15-inch block, I have the cap cut at 12.5-inch square. And you're just going to follow the instructions for cutting underneath the block size that you want to cut. I prefer to cut my widest or tallest pieces first. So I'm actually going to start from the bottom for my piece G's, and I'm going to move my piece to my piece F's on the side.
And then I will cut the piece E's, C's, and D's. And I like to cut those directional, which is why I put the W for width and the T for tall. But before I do the background, I'm just going to cut out the mushroom stem, which is piece B. And for the 15-inch size, it's 3.5 by 5.5. So I am just going to cut 3.5-inch wide. I'm going to cut off that bottom. I'm using some amazing Grace Company rulers and rotary cutters here, and I really like it because they have this cap that you can add to your rotary cutter that helps give you a guide to run along the grooves of the ruler. This just goes up against the blade. It's really easy to open up, and then you actually put this right back in, and it's like pushing this up, and it like kind of clicks it into place. And I can just pull that right back off and put this in and let it go, and it reattaches. So we have our mushroom stem now, which will go underneath of our mushroom cap. And now I'm going to grab the background fabric and we'll cut that out. I'm going to need the bigger ruler for this from Grace. And I found this amazing fabric in my stash we're going to use for the background. It's camping dinosaurs. I just thought it was fun because there's mushrooms on there too. So I'm going to start with the largest size. Like I said, I like to kind of cut the selvage off to give myself a kind of registration cut. And now I can base all my other cuts off of that. On the bottom of this ruler, I also have Grace's True Grips, so it doesn't slide around. If one side of your ruler doesn't have the grooves, you can just flip over your rotary cutter and cut it out. Because it's safer to cut going across, I'm gonna just turn it a little bit so I can get 2 1.5-inch strips. I'm going to set all my pieces to the side right now, but then I will show you what I do before I go to my sewing machine to sew them. Next, I'm going to cut my side pieces, which are 13.5 inches tall by 4 inches wide. There's one of our sides. So I'm just going to work my way down now. E is the next smallest size at 3 inches wide by 5.5 inches tall. And I know that because I just cut 13.5 that I can get that out of this. So I can just cut a longer strip and then I can cut my 5.5. Okay, next I have 2 2.5-inch squares and 2 1-inch squares. So the reason I cut largest to smallest is because in case you're cutting from a smaller piece of fabric for this pattern we do, if we didn't cut those long border pieces first, we may not be able to get them cut after we cut out some of the smaller pieces. So we have all of our pieces cut out of the 15-inch block. So something I like to do is I have these flannel backed boards. I just use foam core and use packing tape to tape flannel. And they get very dirty, but it's actually a great way to store blocks if you are able to cut stuff and not maybe get around to sewing it right away. And I have bigger ones. This is 18 by 24. So we should be able to squeeze our block onto this. It looks like it might overlap the edges just a tiny bit. So as you can see, I'm laying out my blocks in order on the board. And that helps me know where everything goes, and I can just easily kind of flip through and sew everything and then put it right back where it belongs. So that's kind of the layout of my large block. I'm going to speed run cutting out the 20-inch block, and then we'll sew these blocks up. So we have our 2 hemp mushroom blocks ready to go, and we can head over to the sewing machine and get them sewn up. It is pretty easy construction, and I will walk you through step by step. We are going to use the stitch and flip technique. Basically, you're taking a square and you are going to mark the square on the back side with a diagonal line. And this fabric is non-directional, so I don't really have to pay attention. And then I'm gonna place that square in the corner of wherever it goes. On this case, it's the top corner of the big cap part of the mushroom. I'm gonna sew along that line. I'm gonna cut off this excess up here. I'm gonna flip this up to fill that corner. So I'll just explain it at the sewing machine again, but I'm going to quickly do my lines on the back of all of my stitch and flip pieces, just so they're all ready to go. So we are all set. Just putting our squares back on our boards where they go. If you don't have boards like these, no problem. I would just maybe suggest laying out your block next to your sewing machine so it's easy to see and know where each piece goes. So I'll meet you at the sewing machine. Okay, we are set up at my machine here. I have the black on the blackboard and I have an iron right down here in case you can see it. I also have the pattern because it's helpful for me to just double check that I'm sewing in the right order. So first we're going to stitch and flip our piece C's to our piece A, and you can see I have them aligned in the corner and I have that diagonal line already drawn. So we're going to just sew a seam right on top of that line. And even just to the outside edge of that line is ideal because we want to keep this full section of this corner available to flip into place. And then we're going to do the same on this side. So let's get started over here. I'm just going to set this one there. And even though I have a little bit cut out here, you can see I have plenty of room. So I'm aligning my side edges here. On the 20-inch block, you'll be able to see how I align it perfectly in the corner. But if you have something that doesn't go quite all the way to the corner, I think that's fine to do a stitch and flip without filling that corner in first. Grab some scissors because I do have that first tail on my sewing machine. So we have our seam here. Now what we're going to do is cut 1/4 of an inch away from that. And you can do it one of two ways. I will show you both ways here and you can pick which is most comfortable for you. The first way is to actually use a ruler. And I have this tiny little ruler, but you can use any ruler. You just need something to measure 1/4 of an inch away from the seam. And then you cut that seam allowance. And we have a really nice 1/4 inch seam allowance. And on the next corner, I'll show you what I tend to do until I get to very large sizes of squares, which is to not use a rotary cutter. I'm just going to pop this down to the iron and iron that flat. So now we have our corner nicely filled in. We are going to take our next piece and align it in the opposite top corner. And we're going to do the same thing where we stitch and trim it and flip it. We have a nice seam there, maybe hard to see on the fabric. The 2.5 inch square, which this size, is getting a little bit big for me to do this. I can eyeball a 1/4 inch seam pretty well, and if it's really close, and then I just trim it with my scissors. It saves me a little bit of time, and that's how I typically do a stitch and flip type sewing technique to trim it down until I get to a larger size. Probably 3 inches is where I would probably stop doing that. So we have our cap done. The next stitch and flip corners are the bottom pieces. These are piece D on piece B. So I'm going to do the same thing and stitch and flip these real quick. And I can just do both of the stitchings at the same time. And then I can trim at the same time. Again, feel free to do whichever method of trimming you feel most comfortable with. And I'm going to flip these open and iron them real quick with my iron. So there we have our mushroom stem, piece B and the 2 piece Ds. The next step in the pattern is to sew piece E to the sides of piece B to encase the stem, so to speak. And we're just going to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance, aligning the sides. And it's up to you if you use a back stitch. I tend to, just because I grew up with a seamstress mother. And so I'm much more used to doing a back stitch than not. And I'm going to grab my other piece E, lay it right sides together, and align the opposite side of piece B and sew it on real quick. So there we have our stem, which is piece B, with 2 piece E's on the side. We're just going to iron it flat so those seams go out to the sides. You could also go in, but I tend to like to iron the seams how the fabric likes to lay unless the pattern calls for something different. Now we're going to sew this section to the mushroom cap, flipping right sides together. And then we're going to sew our piece F to the sides of the mushroom, and then we'll be able to add our piece G along the top and bottom last. This is a really quick block and, in my opinion, enjoyable to make because simple blocks for some reason just bring a lot of satisfaction for me. If you really love a mushroom quilt, I have a very nice pattern called Capped that all the mushrooms and the background are square patchwork. I think I cut my tall pieces the wrong size. So I'm going to go double check my measurements because it came out maybe ½ an inch bigger. So let me go just double check that real quick. Okay, I did just have them slightly off. So I'm going to be double checking all my measurements. It's always tricky sometimes when I'm in the design mode to get all those measurements perfectly correct. But I also don't think that I need to hide that from you because we all make mistakes, right? And that's fine. I am just going to do a little bit of a press real quick, and my tiny little side mat here, I use a wool mat on like a little rolling cart for when I'm at my machine. It's a little bit small, but we'll make it work. I'm also using my Aliso iron, which I love so much, but it does take a little bit of getting used to because it pops up and down. So now I'm just going to sew on these top borders, which I can also see are a little bit big, but that's okay. Like I said, I'm going to double check all my measurements for you so you won't have any problems. And we'll be all set with our 15-inch block. On the last borders, I do like to backstitch at the ends in case you're not sewing your block into a quilt or quilting it right away, because that just helps lock everything in place and hold the block long term from unraveling, because that is a big bummer when you don't quilt something right away and you have blocks unravel on you. Of course, we're going to be quilting this right away, so we shouldn't have that problem. Just a little tip from me to you. And as you can see, if this ever happens to you, I'm just trimming these before I flip them open because I have the line below of this other piece to trim it by. So I apologize if the measurements I say in this video might be slightly different than the measurements you get on your final pattern that you print out to make this, but it will be 100% accurate on the pattern. So here is our camp mushroom block with our found treasure quilt block in the middle. Isn't that adorable? I love it. I think it's so fun, and I hope you really enjoy making this. I'm gonna quick sew up the 20-inch block, which is sewn in the exact same manner, and all the pieces are actually labeled the exact same as well. They're just a little bit different size. I did just want to mention, if you want to measure after you do a stitch and flip to have this line of the piece A continue to make sure that fully fits into the corner and trim it perfectly square, you can also do that on these down here as well as those. If you're really good at stitch and flip, you might not need to do that. Or if you're good at just eyeballing kind of a straight line, I'm not. I wish I was a perfectionist, I guess. I wish everything would turn out perfect, I guess is more accurate. But I am kind of just a more let's make this work type of person. So I don't always do that. But if you are newer to sewing, it is definitely helpful to do that, because having really perfect even pieces makes things go smoother. And when you're newer to quilting, things going smoothly is really lovely. So see, this piece ends up a little bit tall too. Like I said, I will make sure all the dimensions are 100% perfect in the pattern, but today we are just kind of going with the flow. There we go. We have our 20-inch camp mushroom with our found treasure textile, and our 15-inch camp mushroom with our found treasure quilt block. So what fun. Our next step is going to be quilting them. The mushroom is just a fun foresty type block, and you can get this pattern if you join Grace's summer camp. So I'm going to be taking some pictures of these and then quilting these up, and I will show some little behind the scene clips of quilting it up on the Mini Quilter because I want you to be able to see that and see the process. So we have the camp mushroom box, and we're going to go into my forest and take a couple pictures of them. So come with me. Let's maybe take a picture here, and then we'll find another spot for the other one. Oh, what's this? Wow, a Grace mini quilter in the middle of the forest? Who would have guessed? Should we maybe quilt our camp mushroom block since it's right here and it looks like we have backing with our little helper? Wow, this is going to be amazing. Let's get all set up and then we'll do some quilting. What fun!
Let's take a second to dive a little deeper into the Mini Quilter. The Mini Quilter is a compact quilting frame designed to work with your home sewing machine, making it easy to finish quilts of any size. By zone quilting, you break your quilt into manageable sections, quilting one area at a time before moving to the next. This method allows you to handle large quilts without wrestling the entire bulk under your machine. It's an accessible, affordable way to experience frame quilting right at home, even in small spaces. Visit graceframe.com to learn more about the Mini Quilter. Now, let's get back to Kristin's fun little mushrooms.
Okay, so we have our Mini Quilter set up, and I actually have a backing and batting prepped. And I'm gonna actually clamp these on first and then put my block over top of it. So I'm gonna take off our clamps and we're gonna clamp our fabric on the back first. And then let's kind of swing that over. We wanna take off all the clamps. And we want to bring this forward, and we have our block that we want to go on top. And we have this handy little guide that gives us an idea of how far to put it from the railings so that we can quilt it easily. So we want this to be roughly right about there for the start of our quilting. And then we are going to clamp kind of the bottom of that in. And then you kind of twist these to tighten it. It's okay if it's a little bit off, like not perfectly straight, because our backing is so much larger than the front. And then we're going to clamp these sides just to kind of give us a little bit more taut, and we can start quilting. We can also kind of roll this up because we can only quilt out as deep as our throat space is. So we're going to have to move our block a couple times. So I can roll that up and I can get moving. And what I found is I like to kind of sew down the edge first. To tell me how far I can quilt. So, and then I'm going to go kind of back up. Remember, I'm moving it and I'm determining how big my stitches are by how fast I move it. So we might avoid loops because I can't go all the way to the edge. We're so close to be able to go all the way to the edge with a 15-inch block, but not quite. So I'm going to kind of go back to the beginning. And then I'm just going to kind of speed up and do a little bit of a meandering, loopy type of quilting over my quilt block. So it's good to practice on this because it does take some getting used to for the speed and how big your stitches are. So that's just something to keep in mind. Okay, so we're basically to the edge. I'm going to shift it a little bit and then we'll do another go at it. So we just have to take all of our clamps off. Because I want to move it down, I'm gonna do a little, just move it down a little bit. I should have done that before I unclamped it. Sometimes I forget things. And we've got this guide again to tell us how close to the edge we need to be so we can quilt. Right about there, I feel like. Can pull it up a little bit and clamp it down on the top. When we clamp at the bottom here, we're clamping in from the front, and because our block isn't very big, we're losing a little bit of that, so we're going to have to just make sure we're keeping it taut with our hands. And when we're clamping from the front and the sides, we kind of go in at the side. So then we can twist it to pull it taut. Roll up the bottom. And we do have some clamps on the back that we can use to kind of hook that back up so we can make sure we have as much quilting space in the throat as we can. So you kind of have to plan out where you're going to go because you do have to move it a bit. And I'm just kind of holding the fabric at the bottom so it doesn't bow too much. I think we might have done it. Let's take a look. Let's make sure we've got on the bottom. All right, here we go. We can kind of see our little quilt block, our mushroom. So that's kind of fun. But the Mini Quilter did a good job of a smaller block. So that is the Grace Mini Quilter. How easily it glides from back to front and side to side gives you the ability to do really any free motion design that you can do. It has these awesome pressure clamps that hold the machine really tightly in place on the carriage, so you don't have to worry about your machine falling off. And it also has adjustability back to front, so if you have a machine with a deeper throat space in here, you can quilt more space than this machine does. So you have all the way up, really. I've got another 3 inches that it can come forward if I had throat space, but then you can also do more space on the bars. It also has these elastic clamps that are really great to hold your quilt while you're quilting. And I think it's a unique product from Grace for smaller spaces and for smaller blocks. It was fun to quilt the camp mushroom blocks, this one and then that one, on this machine and frame. And I hope you enjoyed making a camp mushroom block. You can bind this, or you could sew a backing onto it, right sides together with an envelope opening and make a pillow. Turn it into a tote bag. There's lots of fun things that you can do. Check out again my capped quilt if you're interested in a patchwork mushroom. I also have lots of fun patterns in my Etsy shop, including my goose over here. So thanks so much for coming to quilt with me in the forest today. I hope you had fun. I did, and we'll see you around.
Welcome back to Base Camp
Jana Matthews.
And I'm Jarek Krasnoznik.
We're so happy to have you here with us at summer camp this week. Today, oh my gosh, Jarek, are you having the most fun already?
Oh yeah, I think I'm probably having the most fun of everyone. I'm just kidding, except for you, right?
Except for me. We have been watching some amazing segments under the water, in the forest. We've watched some really special projects being worked on. I think I and you with everybody is like already putting down, okay, I'm gonna do this project with this color.
Yeah, the goose.
Oh, everybody's talking about the goose.
Talking
We gotta
about the
find
goose.
that pattern,
Yeah.
right? So I just, we're gonna talk about, this segment is all about sales. So if you've been thinking, oh, I think I want to get that thing, that product, that helper for all my quilts that I'm going to be doing.
I like that, a little quilt helper.
Yeah, your quilting helper. This is the chance to ask all your questions. So before we even say anything, put all your comments in. Our people behind the scenes will star them, and so we're going to do a whole Q&A section. We're going to talk about what's on special, what we've featured so far this show so far, and what we're going to talk about later today. And we're also going to be talking about our special giveaways and all those kinds of things. So, put your questions in, anything that you've been wanting to know. First, I want to make sure everybody knows that you do not have to get our product just from us, right, Jarek?
Oh, no. And actually, I would say we would prefer it if you got it from a dealer. Like, we love helping you, but our dealers are amazing. And so that's why we've got the dealer locator right here, graceframe.com. Dealer locator. You can use that URL right there, or you can also go to our website and there's a tab that you can see under the resources to find the dealers. But absolutely, some people have the misconception like, well, I just got to go through the manufacturer.
Yeah, no.
And I understand that. I understand it. And I think we're maybe a little bit different. We're kind of reversing that on you. I'm like, let's go through your dealer because they're going to have a really good deal for you. They're going to have the extra support. Plus, you're going to have us.
And so let's show them, if you're not sure if you have a dealer in your area, we're going to go to our website and you're going to see how to find that dealer locator. So first, all you need is your zip code. I think everybody's got that. So you go to graceframe.com and on the main page, so we're going to show you exactly how to go to that. Here we go right there. So you can see all those icons at the top. Now, if you're on a mobile device, you won't see the icons. You'll have to touch the 3 lines at the top. I call it the hamburger little section, right? The 3 lines. Touch on that, and then the resources will pop up. So go to resources, and then you'll highlight dealer locator and click on it. And this is where the magic happens. You can see all those dealers all across the United States. So you're going to put in your postal code, and we're going to use ours here at Grace Company, 84084. And that's going to pop up. You can do 25 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles to see who's closest. And then you can see here's our local dealer that's near us, popped in all that information. Now, if you're thinking, well, I want to be specific about my sewing machine, I'm ready to buy a Unique machine, you can click the filter there for Unique, TrueCut, or Finesse Thread and hit submit, and it'll show exactly which dealer is in that mile radius. So, yeah, it's really easy to use. But if you put it in and you don't find anybody, that's okay. Expand the search.
Yeah.
Go a little bit farther.
If you don't see anyone, but like some people know like a quilt shop owner or somewhere nearby, or there's one that you've been at for forever. If they don't have Grace Company, just call us directly, let us know, because maybe they could become a dealer as well.
Yeah, we're always looking for dealers in your area. If you love your quilt shop, I've had a couple of people call me and say, I've gone into the shop, I've talked to them. I said, I talked with Jana, she's gonna call you, we're gonna set you up as a dealer. Because not only is it great for you, and you're gonna have all this wonderful product shortly near you, right? You don't have to travel so far. But it's great for the dealer because we know these products can change people's lives, and to change your quilting, we want your dealers to be a part of that. So, okay, let's talk about what we've seen so far. So we saw with Angelique, we saw the Little Rebel. Oh, don't you love the Little Rebel?
It's a great machine. It really is.
And we've got a special this month for this. And again, we're always going to keep reminding you, it's not just us, our dealers have this special as well. But our Little Rebel is on special. It's an extra 10% off. So you can see $3,499.95. We're doing an extra special prize on there. You'll say, oh, that's that's not 10%, that's a little bit more. You're right, we're doing 10% off the minimum price, not the like regular advertised, so you're saving even more. So $2,429.10.
Wow.
There was a lady earlier I saw on the chat where she was saying, oh, I would love to get the little Rebel, but $27.99 is just too much for me. Do you guys have a different special? Yeah, we do. It's right now, $24.29.10. So over $1,000 savings on that little Rebel. It's a great time to get it. Now, Jerick, the little Rebel can work on all our frames, right?
Absolutely. And can I also say something too, Janet? Yeah. Like, don't miss out, because there's a lot of people that like this machine, and a lot of people are going to get this at this price. So maybe you already know someone, but that's something I like about the machine too, is like I don't have to try to convince anyone that it's good, because people buy it and people keep buying it and they tell me that they love it. So don't miss out on being someone who has a little Rebel. So. Well,
and the nice thing about the little Rebel is you can use it on the Mini. You can use it on the Cutie, you can use it on the Queen, you can use it on the Evolution Hoop, you can use it on any of them. Now, it's better on the Cutie and the Q-Zone Hoop than the Evolution Elite, right? You're gonna want more larger machine for that. You're gonna wish you had bought it, right? But available, and it's straight stitch, so you can piece with it and then put it on your frame and go with there. The optical encoder, so many fantastic things about it, but yeah, over $1,000 in savings. Take advantage of that. So also in Angelique's section, she used some TrueCut tools. All the TrueCut is 10% off. That's all the rulers, all the cutters. You can see there we've got the 45 comfort cutter, and we have that in a special, right? Just a special kit.
Yeah, we do. We do all have it in several different types of kits as well on our website, and they're all 10% off. And I just love TrueCut as well. You know, if I'm having a day where I'm just like not feeling as well, and like let's say I happen to be at a show, because we go to shows, right, Janet? Like if I want to have an easy time as a salesperson, like I'm going to sell TrueCut, because guess what? I don't need to sell it, because it just solves problems. And once you show it to someone, or if you haven't seen it, just check it out, because this just, it's so much easier, and when you use it in your hand too, it's ergonomic and it's got that track on there, so it's just so much more safe. It's just, yeah, you can see all in the comments too. People are saying they love the TrueCut product. So if you don't have one of those yet, you need to get on board.
You really should. And well, the thing I love when you're talking about showing the TrueCut to people in person, I love when they start cutting with it and they say, wow, oh, wow. Oh,
yeah, wow. I know. It's always
wow.
Like,
you've said wow 3 times. This is going to be a product you need to purchase. So yes, TrueCut 10% off. It's going to be all of it. So whichever part of TrueCut you want, any of the combos, any of the specific rulers, any of the cutters, the 360 circle cutter. I just was talking to a lady today who just purchased it, and she's super having fun with it. She needed to get another blade. So blades are on sale, True Grips are on sale, TrueCut travel kit, everything TrueCut 10% off.
Yeah, so if you already have some, you don't have some of the rulers, now would be a good time to get those as well.
Okay, so we also saw today the Mini Quilter. We saw Missy and Kristin, both were using the Mini Quilter, doing that remote deserted island map and then foraging for those vintage savings. I love the Mini Quilter. It's so versatile for travel, for small projects. I liked, someone else made a comment too. They said, I have a 21X Elite, but I love the Mini for little quick projects. So I know I talked to someone the other day, they had quilted everything and they didn't notice in one of the sections they missed a couple stitches. So to put that all back on the frame,
yeah, it's a lot of work.
So she's gonna, like, it's in the middle, so she's gonna roll it all up. So instead she put it on her Mini and she just quilted that really quick, easy fix, and it's so affordable, right? If you have someone who's thinking about getting into quilting, or someone you want to get into quilting, $300, $299.95 is a great price to get that added in and to take advantage of that sale going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, like I love the idea of just using it as like a side thing. It's like even if you're getting started or if you already have one, then there's a reason to get it. And I love how she was doing that outside, like that's a real thing. So people like to go, I've seen people take them on trips. So if you do classes, do outdoor activity.
Easy to put in your back seat, in your trunk. I mean, heck, you could even put it in the front seat and it's not gonna take up that much room.
It can be your passenger.
So we're going to be seeing Kina. She's going to be doing a segment with the Sure Stitch Elite. So let's talk about that one. If you've got a domestic machine and you're thinking about putting it on a frame, you've got maybe a little bit longer throat, or you're going to put it on the cutie. This is so nice because it's all in one. You've got your start, stop, you've got your stitch regulator, and even if you have multiple machines, so all the machines that are compatible with it, which you can go to our site, graceframe.com, check it out, see what things you're compatible with, and then, because I know one person, she has a Brother machine and a Juki machine, and she does both, which I love because she's like, I only have to have one Sure Stitch, but I can use it on either machine that I'm doing. Now, as a reminder, the Sure Stitch does not work on the Mini Quilter, only the cutie and up. So if you're getting the Mini Quilter and you think, I'm gonna add that Sure Stitch, they won't work. The encoders won't attach to the Mini. It's too small. We didn't have ability to do that. So it only works on the cutie and larger. And other people have said, well, do I need a Sure Stitch with the Little Rebel?
No.
No.
Yeah, that's all built into the Little Rebel. So, and also the difference that you'll see that the Sure Stitch makes, it's just, it's a lifesaver, especially when you're first starting out. If you're newer to quilting, the stitch regulation is so nice because, you know, it will go very slow when you're not moving. So it lets you, it gives a little bit more of a buffer because inevitably when you're starting out, you might accidentally go a little bit over and you're like, wait, where am I going? So it gives you that second to be able to pause instead of your machine going, brrr, you always got to be going. So it's really a big relief and a help.
Yeah, such a different step up, right? Because people have always said like, well, I'm not ready for that big step yet. That's okay. The Sure Stitch is your next step. It's a little baby step. Just keep going until you're ready to get to where you want to end up. Okay, so we're also going to talk about the cutie frame with Kina. I love the cutie. So many people have fun with the cutie. Recently we were at a show and a person purchased a 21 and an Evolution Elite 12 foot. I went to a presentation on the cutie, I was showing it, and he came up afterwards and he said, why didn't you guys sell me on the cutie? And I said, oh, well, we were selling you on the 21 and the Elite. We didn't know you needed cutie. He goes, I travel, I do smaller projects. I do stuff when I'm at the cabin. I want to just take my cutie with me. So even if you're thinking, oh, I have this long arm, can you take your long arm with you? Can you take it to the guild meeting? All those things you can see there. There's a cutie frame. It's with the Little Rebel 16X Elite or 19X Elite on special. So those are the prices of the machines and the frame. Or you can buy it just by itself for $549. Now again, all these specials are available at all our dealers. So don't feel like you have to come with us. You're available with your dealers. Take advantage of that with them.
Check that dealer portal for your nearest dealer. And also on the cutie frame too, I mean, this is one of those where there's a massive community online on Facebook that we don't even really directly run. So
it's true, yeah.
There's tons and tons and tons of people on there. So if you have any questions or if you're just interested to see what's this cutie frame, I mean, there's so many people that have it and are part of the community. So if you want to be a part of like a smaller community within the quilting community itself, the cutie group's definitely one of those.
Then we're also going to see with Jenna, she's going to be doing a segment with the Q-Zone Queen frame, or not Q-Zone Queen, Q-Zone Hoop frame. Now right now the Q-Zone Hoop comes with the 5-foot light bar for free. So it's a great time to think like, I want the cutie, but I'm ready to upgrade to just the Q-Zone Hoop. And it comes with that 5-foot light bar. You can see it's there paired with the 16X Leaf. You can see that pricing. By itself, I think it's $12.99. It's a super amazing price with that free 5-foot light bar. I love the Q-Zone Hoop because it's like the cutie, but I got my own legs. So I don't have to have another table. I don't have to try and figure out some place that it needs to go. I've just got it ready, set, and in my dedicated quilting spot. And I can put a Q-Zone, with a Q-Zone Hoop, I can put any of the Qnique machines except for the 21. I can put the Little Rebel, I can put domestics on, right? So all that, over $3,400 savings. $3,400 savings.
Yeah, that's it.
You could buy a lot of fabric with that.
Yeah, you could buy a lot of things with that extra savings. I mean, a lot of supplies, a table, another machine, really.
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
That's a lot.
Get the Little Rebel and the 16X Elite. You get them all there at the same time.
Yeah.
So other than those specials that we're kind of focusing on, right? At the very beginning, Kathy and Kory talked about how this is a focus on beginning quilting, and not just beginning quilting, but domestic quilting and those non-rolling sections, all that stuff that maybe you're not a beginner, but your space is limited, right? Because you can have all the money in the world and all the experience in the world and have 5 feet of space to quilt, and you're just thinking, well, a big rolling frame's not going to fit. But that's why we have these other options for whatever you're working in, whatever your space is, you can fit that in there. Even if you're doing large quilts, you can quilt them on the Cutie and the Q-Zone hoop frame easily, right? But
there's always reasons not to do things right, Jenna. There's always, like, we are really good at coming up with reasons. Well, I shouldn't do long arm quilting because I don't have the space, or I don't have the budget, or I'm just not experienced. You know, we tell ourselves all these things, and it's like, yeah, well, that's why we have these solutions, why we have these smaller frames, these other things that are meant for beginners specifically for you, because we know, we've talked to people that are like that, and we understand that those are real problems, not having space, not having the budget, not being able to be confident about how am I going to do this. So that's what these products are here for.
it's true, and sometimes you have the budget and space, but you're not quite sure if you're going to stick with quilting forever. You're like, this is my little baby hobby,
right? And
you're not quite sure, is it going to be all of this? And we'll tell you, it probably will. Because once you get started with quilting, you're going to keep going and going. But with this, you're able to get in a little bit smaller and then work through your hobby and get to where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, give yourself permission to be a quilter, all right?
Yeah, we give you permission, yeah. Okay, so we've also got the rest of our entire site, and for our dealers, all the Grace products is 10% off. So that excludes the Mini Quilter and the Cutie Frame and recertified. But all the other stuff, have you been thinking about buying another bobbin case? Did you take a class with Carla and she convinced you need another one? Because she will if you take a class with her or talk with her. Do you need extra bobbins? Have you thought about thread? Have you been thinking about adding in some extra needles? Everything on this Grace site or Grace products, except for what's listed, 10%. So Jerk, if you had your wish, building your wish frame, what would you build?
I mean, definitely the 21.
You're gonna do the 21?
21 and the automation on the Elite frame. You've
got all of there?
Yeah,
So,
or maybe the 19. I really like the 19
you really
too.
like the 19. Okay, so do we have the 19 on special with an Elite frame? How much do you think that would be?
It's got to be at least $15,000
with the automation,
like a retail price.
Yeah.
With the automation, right around there.
Well, the nice thing is that automation isn't part of the 10%. You notice it said, didn't it say excluded? Well, the automation is actually 20% off. So that 15,000 comes much closer to more like 11 or so with the different frames. So yeah, the automation. So that doesn't include the gold card. That's not part of this special, and neither is the tablet. But automation, everything else, you can see right there, QCT 6, 6 Plus, 6 Pro. Look at that, over $1,000 for the 6, $1,500 for the Plus, and $1,900 for the Pro.
Yeah, and I mean, it really adds up to, I mean, I just like think of 10%, I'm like, is that much? And then you like do the math, especially at $1,000, $2,000, that's $200. I mean, that's a lot of money when it comes to the end of the day and you see the prices that these usually are. I mean, the prices they are right now are the big prices, but if you look under those are the regular prices, $7,500. And then you're going all the way down to like 5,000, what was it exactly? I don't remember, but it's like it's like $1,300, $1,400, $1,600 off. So that's a lot of money to be saving.
Well, and the nice thing about it is those are just the main special tiers, right? There's the 3 tiers. Each level can do different things. These now work all with all the Qnique machines. So if you have a domestic or a machine that's not part of it, the QCT6 won't work with that. We're still working on that, but just in case that was one of the questions. So, but all the upgrades. So if you have 6 edge to edge now and you want to go to Plus, there's a 20% off of that. If you're going from the Plus to the Pro, there's 20, see right there, there's percentage off of that. And if you're going all the way from edge to edge up to the Pro, 20% off, $1,000 off, $500 off, so worth it, because it's just the difference between those different prices. So
Yeah, and I know there's people that are watching right now that have the QCT and have been thinking about upgrading. I just know that. That's just a fact. So seriously consider, I mean, $1,000 off, $500 off the upgrade price to go to the other versions, because I know you've been using that QCT.
oh yeah, and if you're thinking like, well, what's the difference? So QCT 6, that has the edge-to-edge version, you get over 100 patterns, that's just edge-to-edge. So people who don't understand that, that's one design for your entire quilt. It's the same thing over and over and over and over again. Beautiful. 6 Plus, you can do pantographs, or you can do pattern placement, which is one design in a spot. And then Pro allows you to do the design work. So you can record, you can manipulate images, you can design your whole quilt. And then on top of that is that gold card, not part of the sale, but the gold card subscription for a year, and that gets you even more patterns. So, I mean, so much fun, yeah. Okay, are we talking about enough? I think it's time for questions.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I think we've said enough that people now are like,
yeah,
well, what you said.
And make sure to drop your questions for us, because that's why we're doing this live here, so we can have some, question and answering instead of it just being like a video you're watching. We're here to talk to you. So let us know your questions.
Live.
So we got, where do I start if I want to get started on a budget and not much space?
Oh, for Tina. Tina, this is a great way. So first is to measure your space.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know exactly what you have. Because saying, well, I don't have much space, for some people,
how much,
that's not very specific. It could be 5 feet, it could be 3 feet. So once you know how much your space is and how much your budget is, then that narrows it down, right? If you've only got about 3 feet of space and only about $400, Mini Quilter and your sewing machine, right? Now, if you've got 5 feet of space and you got a couple $1,000s, well, then the Q-Zone hoop frame with or without a machine from us would be the next step. So it depends on, you've got to be very, you specifically know how much space you have. Not, well, if I move something in the craft room, or if one of my kids goes into college, find out how much space you have right then to use it. Because if you don't have the space ready, you won't unbox everything, and then you'll just be disappointed looking at that box that you didn't open up after you purchased it. Okay, what's our next question? What is the longest long arm would fit my iQuilt model 120-inch frame? That is a question we will have to answer for you later. So the person who is watching the chat might be able to look that up for you, Francis, because I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me. Mm-hmm. If not, email me, Jana@graceframe.com, if they don't get that to you, and I'll look it up for you and send it over. All right, our next one. For Tina, can you use your own machine? Well, yes.
Absolutely.
On certain frames.
Yeah, on the Mini Quilter and on the, Cutie frame.
Yeah.
On both of those are both, those were kind of designed with your own machine in mind, like domestic machines in mind. So they're really perfect. If you have your own machine, look at both of those frames, because it gives you more space. With the hoop style frames, it saves your throat space, and the throat space is how much space you have in the center area of your machine. And that kind of gets limited when you have a bar that rolls up with fabric. It gets bigger, so your throat space, you can go less space. Yeah. But with the folding frame, that kind of moves out of the way. You're not getting that same, you are rolling, but it's on top of the bar, and you can also push it forward and backwards, so you don't lose that limited space that you have with a domestic machine.
Yeah, so using those hoop styles are much easier. All right, next question. Is there a package deal that includes a stitch regulator? There is for the Cutie. It's a special call-in special to a dealer or to us. We're not talking about it online, live or anything. But yeah, it's with specifically the Cutie only. But give us a call or give your dealer a call and they can get you that special pricing.
Yeah, specials on the light bar, the 10% off. So that's quite a big chunk of that light bar. That's going to be a good solid deal for you. So they do have 10% off.
And it's the 10, the 5, the 2-foot extension, the light bulbs. If you've been thinking, gosh, my lights are kind of going out, maybe I should get some. That's part of the 10% as well. Do you have to use the Grace rulers with a track with a little piece on the TrueCut? Yes, but each TrueCut cutter comes with 2 guides, one for our ruler and one for your own ruler. It has the one for your own ruler first already attached, So you can use it right away with your own rulers, because we don't want to make you, like, you might love that comfort cutter, but you're not ready to switch out your whole system yet. We don't want to force that, right? We want to make sure that you're having a nice ergonomic cutting without having to switch everything out. When you're ready to use our ruler though, you'll just switch out that pin.
Yeah, and also on that point too, Jenna, I mean, you really are going to want the ruler. I mean, that it's so much better with that track that it just makes it, because you know, you're always like swerving off accidentally. Even if we don't really want to admit that we've done that, it's like, yeah, we've all been there. We've all been there.
Yeah. Off to the right.
So if you don't want to waste some of that extra fabric, that line, it's also, I've seen so many people that have come up to me like, yeah, talk about safety. Like, look what happened to my finger, and they've got like this Band-Aid on it. You know, it's like, be safe out there, and that ruler helps you be safe because of that track. So I really cannot give the rulers more praise. I love them.
Okay, so is there a place on your website that shows if your machine will work with the frame? Not if your machine is a regular domestic. It shows our machines, our unique machines. So if you're interested in the domestic though, email us, chat online, talk with a dealer. They can give you all that information of how to figure out if your machine's gonna work. But basically all the carriages, if you're doing a domestic machine, all the carriages fit with 12 inches on the width side, the shortest part of the domestic machine. And then depending on how deep the throat is what it will work on that.
Yeah, essentially it's like that's where we're going to ask you the same questions because there's just so many domestic machines that, I mean, there's hundreds of them. So yeah, give us a call. It's really just dependent, like you need at least 7 inches or more of throat space, and then there's a few other things that we'll go over with you.
Okay, my friend is interested in the Little Rebel. What is the cost for how long? So let's pull up that image again of how much the Little Rebel is right now. All these prices are good through the end of the month. But you don't want to wait until then. Why? Because stuff happens. You might have it ahead of time. You could be quilting by then. All that fun stuff. So the Little Rebel, $2,429.10, ends at midnight on July 31st. All this pricing ends at midnight on July 31st. That's with us. That's with our dealers. Take advantage.
I don't know about you guys, but like the beginning of June feels like it was yesterday or like last week to me. And like we're in mid-July, so it'll pass you by. So be careful.
Let's see. What are some things that you know now that you wish you knew when you first got started?
Oh, how much easier quilting is, like moving it directly. Because I kind of went from having the free motion because I started working here, and that was my exposure to Quilter. I wish I understood how much more difficult it was for customers to be pushing it through the throat of their machine. It's so much effort and my shoulders got sore. I just wish I understood people sooner because I was telling them that it was good, but I didn't really understand how much better it was.
How much your shoulders were gonna hurt and all those kind of things, Well, thank you so much for those questions. As a reminder, all the specials can be found on our website, on our dealers' websites. All our product is 10% off except for that Mini and Cutie and recertified machines, and then 20% off on the QCT except for the tablet and the gold card. But I think we have a little bit more time left. We're gonna do a bingo prize.
Oh, we better hurry up and do the bingo.
Yeah, we're gonna do it really quick. So the question is, what is the theme of the event? So get your questions in. What's the theme of the event? Oh, we've got our color here. We've got our blue prize. Our blue is the linear sharpener.
Ooh, that's a good one.
We did see a commercial with Jenna showing off the linear sharpener. So we're gonna pick those winners here really quick from what is the theme of summer camp. We're gonna pick one winner from our sites, and we only have 20 seconds, so we're gonna pop them up really quick. They're coming in. It's not summer camp. If you put summer camp, that was our whole thing. So there we got. Grace platform is Crystal Reed. Congratulations,
Crystal.
And we will contact you for this information or an email allegra@graceframe.com. That's right, Tammy, Hunt for the Lost Treasures. And finally, from Facebook, Marcel, congratulations. Email Allegra, and we're going to go now to Kina, Stitching Birds of Paradise.
Thank you, guys.
See you later.
Hello there. Welcome to summer camp. We are going to have so much fun. We are going to create a beautiful, colorful wall hanging quilt called Bird of Paradise. So come on in, grab your binoculars, and let's get started. So for my segment, we are going to create a beautiful, colorful, tropical bird using raw edge applique. The actual pattern has a nice motif on it. There are branches, there are leaves, there are a few flowers, but what we're going to focus on today is putting together a really colorful bird. So to get started, you are going to need the template pages. Now, before we start laying this out and taping it together, I do want to say there are a few steps in this process. So you have to be a little bit patient because we are going to tape together the pattern design, and then from that there is some tracing involved. So I'm going to lay it out here. So it's going to be 4 rows across. As you can see, I'm just laying them out so we can see. And then it's going to be 3 rows down. So as you can see, it's like putting a puzzle together. And then here's the bottom row. Okay, so roughly this is how the pattern looks when it's all laid out. Now what you're going to do once you have it laid out, then you'll tape them together. So I will show you a couple here. So for instance, I'll just put some Scotch tape, and you want it to be nice and secure so it doesn't like gap or slide around. So I'll just kind of use this first taping as an example. If it's helpful, you can take your black Sharpie and then just trace over it and kind of eyeball where the lines connect. You can connect the lines like that. So if you see, as an example there, I've connected the lines so it's continuous and there's no gap. So you'll go all the way through. Either you're going to take your Sharpie and match the lines, or you'll trim the little empty border and tape them. So when it's all done and taped, so here is the full pattern that is taped together. So it will look like this. This is the actual size now of the quilt top, the motif, the design. So we have this bird here. So you'll see the bird is situated on a branch here. And then there are a couple of flowers. So we have our lovely Bird of Paradise flowers here. There are 2. So there are 2 birds of paradise. And then we have 2 daffodil flowers here. Again, we're only going to focus on creating the bird today. So we are going to do this lovely bird applique. And then once you see how I do this, then if you want to create the rest of the motif, you can, and you'll have the confidence to be able to do that. But I just wanted to show you the whole pattern. So once we have this done, we want to create a master line drawing. We are going to trace the design using tracing paper. I like to use tracing paper, but you can also use parchment paper if you don't have any tracing paper. Parchment paper works the same. So as you can see, you can see nicely through the tracing paper and you can see the design. Now, This is on top of my light box. So I have my light box under it, and then I have the pattern on top, and then the tracing paper. You can probably trace like this without using the light box at all for this stage. But if you want the extra light, you can see that makes it pop out even more. So now what we're going to do is we are going to trace the entire design. I'm going to start with the bird since that's our focus today. Okay, so I'm going to finish tracing this, and you'll see how I trace it. And if you want to do the whole thing, you'll have my example to guide you. Okay, so another thing that I am going to point out while we're at this stage, you need to think about how many fabrics you would like to use, because if you're going to be using multiple fabrics, you will notice that there are numbers in all of these different areas on the design. You can use the numbers that are here and transfer them onto this tracing paper copy, or you can create your own numbering system. But I do recommend creating some sort of numbering system so that you can match your fabric with the different areas on the applique. That will probably make more sense to you once you know how many fabrics you would like to use, and then you can start to number them. So what I will do is this 2, I'm going to call it, everything in this area, I'm going to call it 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, and then I'm going to repeat. Now, if you have more fabrics, you can do 2E, 2F. You can like continue to name it, but I think I'm going to repeat the fabric. So I'm going to go back, I'm going to go backwards, 2B and 2A. So I'm going to use 4 different fabrics for this area, and I'm going to use it in the same color, but I'm going to do different values of the same color. So I'm putting those pieces on this so that I know where they are. Then for the wing area, I called it 5. So this will be area 5B. This will be another fabric, 5C, 5D, and 5A. But I may make these 3 different fabrics, 3 different colors, just so that I know what area, when I create the templates, I'll know what I'm looking at. The little face here, I'll make this area 3, and then the beak, I'm calling 4A and 4B. And the reason, because I'm going to do 2 different fabrics for the beak. And then we have the little eyes, and then we have the feet. I'm calling that area 11. Then we have the tail feather. We have the top and the lower. So I'm calling the top 6A and 6B. So that's my numbering system for the bird. And then of course I have them all over the pattern as well. So if you want to copy them and you're doing that, or you want to create another number system, just make sure you do something so that all these little pieces, you know where they go. Once they're cut out and they're small pieces, sometimes it's very easy to get confused. All right, so here is our trace version. And now I'm just going to put this to the side. We are going to use this to create those smaller templates, and it will also be a placement guide. Once we're ready to start building the applique, we'll use it so that we'll have some direction and where to lay things out. Important, I am going to say and give this tip right now before we go any further. Take your marker, and somewhere on your traced copy, you're going to mark front. So now what you're going to do is flip it over. We are going to make our templates from this side, and what happens is once we trace on the fusible web, that is going to go on the wrong side of the fabric, so that when we cut it out, everything will actually be facing the original way. So just stick with me. If you've never done this before and that's confusing, just do what I say. Trust me. Now we're just going to do the bird, and as a matter of fact, so that this isn't confusing, like with the branches and everything, I have made another trace copy. It's exactly the same, but it's just the bird. So I'm going to swap this out for the bird trace, just so that we can focus on what we're doing for this session. So it's the same thing. So this will help, hopefully, so we don't get overwhelmed. So front, turn it to the back. Okay, so all right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start tracing all of these parts so that you can see how we do it. So I'm going to get my fusible web, and I will say this one that I'm using is the Steam a Seam 2. And this one is on a roll, so it's longer. That's another reason why I like the roll, because you can make it as long as you want, especially when you're dealing with bigger pieces. And then I have some kind of scrap pieces that I will probably use as well. But this fusible web has two sides. There is a matte, plain white side of paper, and then on the other side, there's a gridded side. I don't know if you can see, it's very subtle, but there's yellow grids. We're going to trace on the gridded side. It's just easier to trace on the gridded side and then remove the papers later. So how it's made up is it has paper on both sides, release paper that will peel off, and in between, if you peel it, there's sticky web, and it's sticky on both sides. So if I take this apart, there's the web that's in between these two pieces of paper. But we're not going to take it apart yet. I just wanted to show you that. So I'm going to make sure I'm on the gridded side. And now I am going to do sort of the larger pieces first. So I'm going to start with that outer wing. Now I'm going to turn my lighting box on, and hopefully that helps. All right, so I am going to trace the outer wing first, and then I'll move on and do the other pieces. Okay, so see how I just got this piece. So this is going to be one piece of fabric. Now remember, I want this to nest under that, so I am going to add a little cut line. So as an indicator, I'm just going to eyeball it and add like roughly about a 1/4 inch cut line. And so as you can see, that will, once I'm cutting, I know this is the actual line to line it up, but I'm going to cut it a little bit bigger because I'm going to tuck it under this part. So that's my first piece, and I'm going to go ahead and number it 5A so that I know what piece it is. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to start from the bottom and move up. So this is the bottom one, and this is where it ends. But I don't want to cut exactly on that because I wanted to butt up. So I'm going to go ahead and add my cut lines like that. And if you don't want to do that, you could actually just like make that part flat, honestly. And it will like clear these sort of high arcs. But that's the next piece. Now I'm going to do the middle. And And we don't need to, remember, we don't need to add the seam allowance on the other end because that's the outline of the bird. But we are going to add it at the top. So we can, and that's where I'll cut when I'm cutting it out. All right, let's do the top. And I can actually cut this one exact because it's at the top and it's the outline of the shoulder, so I don't want it to go any bigger. So this is 5B and this one's 5C. Okay, so that's the wing. Those are the parts of the wing. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing, and I'm going to start from the bottom and work my way up to the top with the belly on up. Now, for this, we do want it to nest under the wing here and on the top, on the side of the top. So I'm going to go ahead and add my seam allowance there.
Let's learn a little bit more about exotic birds native to Africa. The deep tropical jungles of Africa are home to a rich variety of exotic birds, many known for their vibrant colors and unique calls. The great blue turako, with its striking blue and yellow plumage, is one of the largest and most colorful. The African gray parrot is famous for its intelligence and ability to mimic human speech. You'll also find the stunning red-fronted parrot and various species of bee eaters, known for their shimmering feathers and aerial insect hunting. If you ever get the chance to hear their calls echo through the canopy, it is an unforgettable experience.
So now I'm going to do the upper tail, and my plan is to use the same fabric. So I'm going to make this one piece, so I'm not going to worry about tracing these individually. I'm just going to do it as a whole piece for the upper tail feather. But I will give myself some seam allowance at the top because I wanted to tuck under the wing nicely. All right, so for the bottom tail feather, I actually am going to mix it up a little bit. I'm going to have the two outer ones be the same as the top, and the two inner, I'll choose a color, another color that I use in the bird. So I will group the two inner feathers as one, and then I'm going to make these individual. But you see there's like an opening here for the top, so I want to make sure, because we'll get just a little hint of that bottom tail feather under there, so I want to make sure that I cut it way up here so that it shows through sort of this split. So I'm going to use another piece of fusible web and do this outer one like this.
At Grace Company, we believe that creativity can strike at any time, and we are here with the products and resources to bring it to life. Unleash your creativity with Grace.
And there you have it. We finished tracing all of the parts of the bird. So at this point, I'm just going to rough cut around each of the pieces. Okay, so here are all of the different templates, and when you group them, now you can start to see how this is going to work. Okay, so here is my fabric pool for the bird. For the body of the bird, I am going to have a variation of reds, and then for the wing, I am going to make it blue, green, or actually I may use a piece of this because I kind of just like this pattern. So green, and then also red. So I will probably use one of these fabrics in the wing. And then for the tail feather, I will repeat with the blue and reds just to kind of mix it all in. And then of course I have some solids, just black and white for the beak and the face. And then for the beak, I am going to use this really kind of cool yellow, and for the feet, I'm going to use this. And if anyone's wondering, these are African wax print fabrics. So my colorway is green, blue, red, and blue for this version. And of course, you can do anything that you want. All right, so now what I am going to do is I am going to remove the release paper from the backs of these fusible web and place them on the wrong side of my fabric. So I'm going to start with my 2 section. So I have 2A here, so that's going to go on here. This kind of peels off pretty easy, so you're going to release, peel off the paper from the back, but do not peel off the fusible web. You don't want that to come off with it. You want it to stick on the side of this trace. Now, I know it's hard to see it, but this is like, it's textured and it's sticky. So we want that to stick. So we're going to remove this. We no longer need this. We can throw this away. And I'm matching my 2A with my 2A fabric. And I'm just going to stick it on the back. And it sticks. And then I'm just going to rough cut around this before I cut it. And that's my 2A. I have other pieces I want to use for this. So also I will keep this open because I'm repeating this one. So I'm going to peel this piece off and that here, rough cut around this. And then also, remember the lower tail feather, the inner one, I'm going to use this red as well. So I'm being careful not to take off the sticky. Okay, and I think that's it for all my 2As. Now, it's sticking, but I'm just going to give it a little reinforcement. I'm going to hit it lightly with the iron. I don't need to, but it just kind of really sets it. So I don't have to like get crazy with it. But like on a medium or low setting. Okay, now I need my 2 bees. All right, so now you can see these are pieces here that have been attached to the wrong side of all of our fabric selections. I'm just going to jump right in and start cutting these out. So I'll just kind of start cutting right here, and then where my dotted line mark is, I will cut straight across. Okay, so now we have all of the various pieces of the applique. And the next step is we assemble the bird. So I'm going to first tell you what I have layered here. So we have our traced copy of the bird here. Now it's time to make sure that your bird is, or your traced copy is facing right side up. So you want the front now. So when we were creating our templates, it was from the back, but we want to turn it to the front now. So I'm just going to position it up. And now what I am going to do is I am going to place my Teflon sheet on top of it now. So I have it layered with the light box, the trace copy, and then I'm putting my Teflon sheet. So the first thing that we're going to do is grab our tail feather. So this is the bottom, so goes that way. So I'm going to have the red here, a blue here, and the other blue on the outside, like that. So I'm going to start building it from the bottom up. And the cool thing is once we take the release paper off, it's going to stick to the Teflon sheet, but we can move things around, so we can lift and move things around as needed. Now, if you remember earlier, I kind of I tapped the back of the fusible web to stick, so that's on there now. It's not going to peel off as easy as the first side did before I applied heat to it. You can take a pin and just score it, so just scratch across, and when you do that, it creates a tear, and then it makes it easy to peel off just like that. And now you can see the sticky side is on the fabric. So that's what we want. We don't want the web to come off with the tray side. So we're removing the last side of the release paper, the side that has the trace, and we're just going to lay that down where we think it goes. We can just lightly tap. Don't worry, we're going to be able to lift and reposition as needed. So now I'll do this piece, and you can see, like on the back, you can just kind of get an idea of like where the seam allowance is, so you can know where to place things as well. Go, and then we'll get this outer piece. that is the bottom tail feather. And like I said, if I wanted to, I can move it over a little bit, align it however I want. Okay, now this is going to be the top, and it's going to layer over top of that. So you see how that's going to go over like that. And then this part that's open, we gave enough seam allowance, so it should like layer nicely under there. So we'll just score this, lay that out where we want it. There it is. All right. So next, we have this outer wing right here. So that's this part. Actually, I'm going to put these two in place first because they need to nest under this part of the wing. So I'm going to lay one of my 2A's and 2B's down. Wow, I love the way it turned out with all the different colors and textures. I think it looks great. All right, so now that we have built the bird, it's time to iron it down. So right now it's just kind of sticking on there with the adhesive, but once we iron it down, it's going to just kind of press and fuse and become one piece. So I'm going to set up my iron and we'll do that stage next. Okay, I have my pressing station all set up now. All we are going to do now is just take a hot iron and we're just going to press all the way up the applique. So we want this to fully cool before we attempt to pull this off. We're going to let this cool. So while this is cooling, I am going to move this to the side and then we'll bring it back in a second. But as you can see, it's not moving anywhere. So this is the full motif for the pattern design. I just used a white background fabric for this, and it's 1 yard. Okay, so let's see. This feels like it is cool, so we are going to try and peel it off now. Feels like it's cool. So on the Teflon sheet, it should peel off as long as it's cool. I just find, yeah, that's good. Find a place to start and just slowly peel. And making sure and being careful that the fusible web is on there, and it is. It's good and sticky. Oh my goodness. Wow. And I actually think I want to move this back a little bit. This face is too close to that leaf. Now, smooth it out. And there she is. I'm just calling her a she-bird. I have to think of a name for her, but there she is. It's time for the last part, the quilting. So now I am going to finish up the free motion quilting on my domestic machine, which is set up on my cutie frame with the Sure Stitch Elite stitch regulator. Okay, so here is the quilt so far. The quilt top has actually been sandwiched. It has the backing on it. It has the batting in between. So what we're going to do together now is I am going to stitch over the bird, and then for the background, my plan is to do an all over quilting design. Just kind of go with the flow, which is kind of my motto, but that is the plan. So here I have loaded in my machine already. I have the Finesse green tea, and it's kind of a variegated green that I'm going to use in the background to give the illusion of extra like flowers and foliage, you know, along with that texture. And then this lovely Finesse Wonderfill, which is a sample that came with my cutie, and it's the perfect color, so I'm going to use that on the tail feather. This is Foxtail Orange. I have used that on the Bird of Paradise flowers and some other colors, but I'll be swapping out as we go, so that'll be a lot of fun. Okay, so now it's loaded up, and I have it positioned where I'm going to start in the upper left-hand corner, and this is actually outside of the zone that I'll probably trim this off, but I'm going to start here because it's going to be a nice warm-up. So this is where I will start. Now, actually, before I do that, I want to mark where my stop points are. So I'm going to go across here and go down here, and this is as far as I can come. So I have this area to quilt and then across. So what I'm going to do is take my little chalk, and I'm going to mark about 1 inch above where my stop point is here, so that I won't be bumping into the frame. So I'm just going to kind of go along the quilt here and kind of do that all the way across. And then this is where, as far as I can go on this end, so I'm going to mark about right here before I have to move my quilt to the left.
A stitch regulator helps keep your stitches the same length, no matter how fast or slow you move your machine. It makes your quilting look neat and even. Right now, Kina is using the Sure Stitch Elite, which controls the speed of her machine so she doesn't have to worry about going too fast or too slow. If a stitch regulator isn't in your budget, speed control is a good option. It replaces your foot pedal and keeps the machine running at a steady speed, which makes quilting on a frame much easier. To see if the Sure Stitch Elite or speed control will work with your sewing machine, head to graceframe.com.
we are almost finished. The only thing left to do now is to quilt the bird. So I think I'm going to rotate this quilt so that the bird is horizontal, since that is the longest stretch of quilting I can get on this frame, is from left to right. So I'm going to take this quilt, position it horizontally, and then we're going to come back and we're going to finish this bird. Okay, so I've reoriented my quilt so that my bird is horizontal. This way I can get the largest amount of quilting done in each individual space. So I have changed my thread, and I'm going to start with the tail and just work my way up the bird. Well, we're finally done, and here is the finished quilt. Well, I really enjoyed that, and I hope that you did too. Thanks again to the Grace Company and to you for joining me on my segment of Bird in Paradise. Well, I hope to see you next time.
I did not dress for this. The map didn't tell me that we were going to go through snowy mountains. I think I'm lost. There's a cabin. Is it a cabin? I think it's a cabin. I'm going to go there and see if I can figure out what's going on. Maybe I need to learn how to read a map. Oh, okay, this cabin is a lot nicer than I thought it would be. There's like quilts everywhere to keep me toasty warm in the winter. While I try to figure out where the heck I'm going. Hi, I'm Jenna Hall, and welcome to summer camp. While we're on this crazy adventure, we need a bag to put everything in, so I'm going to teach you step by step how to make what I call a pack and play bag, and I wrote a pattern and you can download it. The first step to making our quilted bag is to make the quilted panel. You can be fancy with it and do a fun pieced quilt top, but I am just doing 2 pieces of fabric, making it easy peasy. You can quilt it at home using your home sewing machine. If you do, I recommend using a walking foot, and it just handles the layers a little bit easier. Or you can use a quilting frame like this one. And today I am using the Q-Zone hoop with the Little Rebel. And what's cool about the Q-Zone hoop is you can replace the Little Rebel right here with your home sewing machine. So you can put your sewing machine on here and be able to quilt your quilts of any size. And when you use a hoop frame like the Q-Zone hoop, you want your backing fabric to be around 8 inches bigger than your quilt top on all sides, except I don't like wasting fabric. I am not a fabric waster. So I like to use a leader cloth that I can pin onto the top and bottom of my backing. That way I have a little bit of extra space, and all you need to do is make a quilt sandwich. Do you guys hear that? It's getting louder. Oh no, oh no, ah! While Jen is dealing with whatever that is, I am gonna give you some tips and tricks for making your quilt sandwich. My first tip and trick is, I don't know about you, but I hate pressing my backing. So I'm just gonna use a little bit of misting, a little bit of water to help the creases relax, and it works perfectly. My second tip is first lay out your backing where the middle of your backing is in the middle of the table. Then with your batting, fold it in half, line it up with the middle of your backing. Then it makes it a little bit easier to baste it. I like using basting spray. You can use clips or whatever you want. But if you're using basting spray, this works great because I can now go and baste one side, and then I can go under and just push the backing out, making sure it's all flat and neat. Perfect. And then I can come back this way and do it to the other side. And then for your top, you're gonna do the same thing. Line up your top in the middle. Just make sure everything is nice and lined up. Basting spray. And then you're just gonna lay it down flat. Let's make sure there's no little bubblies. Then you're gonna repeat that with the other side. And now our quilt sandwich is all basted and ready to be quilted. If you are wanting a little bit more detail on how to put together a quilt sandwich, a little bit more step-by-step instruction, head over to our YouTube channel where we have a couple videos on how to baste your quilt. Now, let's go see how Jen is doing. Hi, you guys, sorry about that. That is a monster yeti. I don't know what it is, but it's white and growly and scary. So let's hurry up and get this done so we can go back onto our adventure to find whatever's at the end of my map. When you're newer to freak motion quilting, one of the questions I get all of the time is, how do you figure out what to quilt? And I like to look at the fabric to figure out what I like. And on these little snails, there are some cute little swirls. So I think I'm gonna go with a swirly vibe. To test out some of my quilting designs, I like to use a piece of plexiglass on top of my quilt, and this allows me just to practice before I commit to a design. So for this guy, we're gonna do some swirls, and I think I am liking this. I messed up right there. See, this is why I need more practice. Okay, let's quilt this thing out. And what's really nice is on the little Rebel, it comes with a start and stop button that acts as a foot pedal replacer. And if your machine doesn't have that, then we have some on our website. But this just makes it a little bit easier to quilt. So I did the first row and I still have a little bit left to do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna unhook these little guys. And I'm keeping my needle down in my machine, and I can move this way just a little bit. Perfect. And rehook it. to finish off the rest of this guy. Then all you're gonna do is move this guy up and re-hook everything into place. Reclip everything. And when you clip the top up, all you do is roll your excess fabric up, and then we have little clippies, little bungees that hold everything out of the way. And I like to look underneath, just making sure that everything is nice and flat, there's no little folds, and then I can get quilting my next row. And I just continue that until this whole panel's done. Now that we've got our panel quilted, our next step is to turn it into a perfect circle. So we're gonna find the middle first. And I just did it by folding it in half and then folding it in half again. And then we're gonna take a nice little erasable fabric marker and draw a little tiny dot in the corner. That way we know where our middle is. Our next step is to turn this into a circle, kind of the old-fashioned way. We're gonna draw it out using a piece of string and a heat erasable pen or whatever marking device you want. Our panel is 42 by 42, half of that is 21, so we want to make sure that this is 21 inches. Once you found that 21-inch mark, you can grab a pin and you're going to put it into the center mark of your panel that you drew earlier, and then you can tie a knot, and now you've got your center mark. Now we're going to do a little marking point at all four sides of the panel, and so I'm just going to pull it as far as it goes. We're going to do a little mark over here, pull it this way, do a little mark over here, do a little mark right here, move it down this way, and do a little mark right here. Perfect. Now we're gonna pull our string a little bit tight and draw a little half circle from one mark to the next. Start at the little mark you drew. And if your panel does not reach 21 inches in the middle, from the middle out on the side, that's okay. This pattern is super easy where you can make it really whatever size you want. We're gonna do this all the way around until we have a circle. After you've drawn out your circle, you can take your pin out, move those to the side, and now all you need to do is cut this out. Boom, circle. I wonder if there's an easier way to make a circle. If you don't want to use a string attached to a pen to make a perfect circle, because let's be honest, will it be a perfect circle? The world will never know. You can always use the TrueCut 360 circle cutter. The circle cutter makes perfect circles with diameters anywhere from 2 to 12.5 inches, and it's super easy to use. And let me show you how. First, you are going to turn the knob to figure out how big you want your circle. I want my circle to be 5 inches. So I'm gonna line it up with the 5-inch mark, and I'm gonna turn it to secure it. I'm gonna make sure the safety is off, so perfect. And with the circle cutter, there is a blade that is right here. Ooh, the safety is on the blade, so let's take that off. It's super easy to take your safety off.
close it down. I'm gonna line up the little knob in the middle of my fabric. Press that down. I'm gonna reach around, press this side down. Now I'm gonna do one swoop all the way around, and ta-da! It's the perfect circle. Look how fun that is! And if you wanted to, you could do a smaller circle inside that circle. Let's say I want a 3-inch circle inside there. Perfect. I'm gonna line it up in the middle. I'm gonna go around. And ta-da! Look, it's a little circle and a little donut circle. The circle cutter comes with one blade, and when that blade gets a little bit dull, we have additional blades on our website that you can order. Are you feeling inspired yet? If you're craving more fun projects, free patterns, and helpful resources, head over to our Grace Company YouTube channel. Over the past year, we've been working so hard to create fun, engaging content for quilters of all levels. From basic product support videos and beginner tutorials to creative challenges and inspiring projects, there's something for literally everybody. Some of my personal favorites are my American flag quilt block tutorial, which comes with a free pattern, and I just think it's so fun. And Angelique's free motion basic series, where she just breaks down free motion quilting to be super approachable for beginners. She's a genius, and I love her. And if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to our channel so you don't miss out on any new content coming your way. And let me show you some sneak peeks of some videos that are coming up that I'm so excited about. This month, we're launching a brand new series called Jenna Tries, where I try quilting and sewing techniques that I've never done before, and every video is a new technique, a new thing. And in this first video, I'm making a quilt as you go rag quilt. It's chaos and fabric and a whole lot of fun. We're also doing some color challenges with Angelique, and she is taking on her first color challenge using 2 randomly selected finesse thread colors, and she ended up drawing French blue and made the cutest little beret. You'll have to watch her video because it's so adorable. And to close out the month, I will be showing you 3 different ways to bind a quilt. And with all of these videos, we have free downloadable resources and patterns for you so that you can make all of these fun things at home.
We've been working so hard behind the scenes for you,
And we're so excited to share it with you.
so grab your sewing machine.
And your snacks. So head over to the Grace Company YouTube channel.
We release videos every Wednesday and
Friday. So don't forget to subscribe.
subscribe.
And we'll see you there. The next step of our bag is making some binding to finish off these edges, and because it is a curved bag, we're gonna make some bias binding. And I know that bias binding can seem really intimidating, but making bias binding is a lot easier than you think. If you don't like the way I do it, there are so many different ways to do it. This is just one of the ways. First, I'm gonna start with a 23-inch square, and we need to cut a diagonal line through this square. I'm gonna fold it diagonally. Then I'm gonna line up the edge of the ruler along that fold. And then we're just gonna cut right down the middle. Now we've got 2 open parts, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sew these together, but I wanna sew this top part onto this bottom part of our square. And I wanna make sure there is a 1/4 inch of overlap on both sides. Now you have a giant trapezoid, and you can either choose to press your seams open or to the side. I like to press them open so that it's a little less bulky. Now we are going to fold the tops, like the points of our trapezoid, back over each other to create a square. And I'm trying to line it up with that middle seam. And it's okay if it's not perfect. Just good enough. Now we're gonna cut this into as many 2.5-inch strips that it will make. Now we've got 6 strips, and we are going to sew them together on this diagonal seam that we created, this 90-degree angle. You want to make sure to overlap the end points of your binding by 1/4 of an inch, and then we're going to sew all of these together. To finish off our bias binding, we're going to finish it off like traditional binding by pressing this entire strip in half. Our next step is to sew this bias binding onto our circle piece. And we're going to do it like you would normal binding. The only difference is as you sew, there's going to be a slight curve, but the fabric will naturally move towards that curve just because it's bias binding. That's why we made it. First, you are going to leave a 6 to 8 inch tail at the top of your binding, and this is where we'll connect it later. Then we can start sewing at the end of that 6 inches, right, or 8 inches. And then we're just gonna sew this guy all the way around and stop when we get around 10 inches from this little guy. I stopped sewing my binding around, this is way more than 10 inches, but that's okay. This is a little bit extra, and we like a little bit extra, around 1 foot before the end. And now we're gonna sew our pieces together, and here's how you're gonna do that. You're gonna lay the strip you started sewing first, the beginning strip, down first, then you're gonna lay the other guy on top, and because our binding is 2.5 inches, I'm gonna measure from the tip of this guy 2.5 inches. There we go. And really 2.5 inches is where this guy ends right here. Now, to connect these two, I like to first scrunch up and pin back my quilt just so that I can move these a little bit closer together. This piece I'm gonna open up first where the fabric, the right side is facing me. Then I'm gonna open up this piece, make sure right sides are together, and we're gonna layer these perpendicularly. And because this guy's already cut at a 90-degree angle, we're just gonna overlap the corner of this piece and the end of this piece by 1/4 of an inch. And the same for up top, you should see 1/4 of an inch of the bottom piece sticking out. Then just to make this a little bit easier for me to hold everything together, I'm gonna pin it. Now we are gonna sew a diagonal line down this guy. Before you cut anything, I have made this mistake in the past where things get twisted. So before you cut, fold it back, make sure that nothing is twisted. Then you are going to trim this guy by 1/4 of an inch. Do a nice little finger press. Then you can fold it back over and sew down the rest of it. We have the binding on one side, but now we need to fold it over so that the binding finishes off our raw edge and is connected on the other side. First, I'm going to press all of the binding so that it is out. Now we're going to fold our binding on top of that raw edge, and you can either clip it, but I like to glue based. I use just plain old Elmer's glue, and it washes out. Let me show you my little trick. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put little stripes of glue. I don't want a whole lot of glue, like just barely any, along the edge of the quilt. And I'm trying not to get close to my stitches because sewing through glue isn't super fun. Then when I fold the top part over, I want to make sure it's overlapping my stitch line by 1/8 of an inch. So I'm going to overlap it by 1/8 of an inch. And then the heat of my iron will dry the glue and everything is basted. I love glue basting because it prevents everything from shifting. In the comments, tell me what your favorite way of basting down binding or putting down binding is. Are you a fan of glue? Are you not a fan of glue? And then I'm just going to repeat this process all the way around. Our binding down. If you're a fan of hand binding, you can do that, but with bags, I don't typically like to hand bind because I know there's just going to be more wear and tear to it. You could either do a stitch in the ditch, or you can do what I'm going to do, just because I like the look of it, is I like to sew 1/8 of an inch in from the edge of that binding. So then you see the stitches on the binding on both sides. So all you're doing is sewing 1/8 of an inch in from the edge. Is on both sides. And I'm just going to do this until this whole thing is stitched on. Our back panel is finished, and I'm gonna be honest, this is probably what is gonna take you the longest. Now it's just smooth sailing from here, but can you see the vibe of it where it's a playmat here? Well, technically it's gonna be this way. Can you see the vibe where it's a playmat and then it all scrunches up to be a cute little bag, and then you can take it and go to the beach and you put it down with all of your stuff in the middle, and then you put it back up. Ooh, I'm so excited.
So, when do you use traditional binding versus bias binding? Traditional quilt binding is typically cut on the straight grain of the fabric and works well for quilts with straight edges. It's quicker to prepare and uses less fabric. Bias binding, on the other hand, is cut at a 45-degree angle of the fabric's grain, giving it stretch and flexibility, making it ideal for quilts with curves, scallops, or rounded corners. While bias binding takes more time and fabric, it lays smoother on irregular shapes and holds up better over time with frequent use or washing. Use straight binding for most square or rectangular quilts, and bias binding when curves are involved.
Our back panel is officially done, and from here it is smooth sailing. We have got to now make our loops, and the loops is what the cord is gonna go through so it can be like a drawstring and all come up, right? So we're gonna make something called double fold binding. For the loops, we want 2.5 strips of fabric, and you're gonna start by pressing your strip in half so that you know where that middle line is. Then we are gonna fold in both raw edges so that they meet in the middle. And then you fold it back over itself and you press that together. And it's as easy as that. There are devices that make it a little bit easier to make double fold binding, but you don't necessarily need them. They are a big help for sure, but you can just do it this way too. It's not too bad. Now we are going to sew 1/8 of an inch in on either side of this tape. This guy is so fast. I love it. Now we're going to cut this guy down into 2.5 inch little pieces. So I'm going to cut on this side, make a straight pace, 2.5 inches. And we need 20 of these pieces. Now we're going to take our 22.5 inch strips and we are going to fold them in half and baste them like 1/8 of an inch away from the edge. And the final part to making these loops is pressing them so that the seam is in the middle and it's on the outside. I'm just pressing these seams to the side. It is finally time to attach our loops on to our main panel piece, and we want our loops on the outside of the bag. I'm going to start by placing my loops in the middle of each of the 4 sides, and then I'm going to put 4 loops in between each of those sections. When you put your loop down, again, I am going to glue baste because I love it. I'm going to measure from the edge of the binding 2 inches down. Then I'm going to put a little glue dot on the back of my guy. If you want to pin it, you can. And then I'm going to place the loop 2 inches down from the edge of the binding. Our first loop is basted, and you're going to repeat that process for the rest of the loops, making sure they're 2 inches down from the edge. Now I got to sew on these loops, and we are going to stitch 1/8 of an inch in from the top and bottom of the loop, and you want to make sure to backstitch just because these are going to be used often and it's going to be what's pulled on the most, so you want to make sure that they are super secure. And because there are so many loops to sew on, and I don't know about you, but I hate having to cut my thread all of the time, I am just gonna keep sewing until all the loops are sewed on. Then I'm gonna go and cut my threads in between afterwards. We've made our little And now we gotta make the cord that goes inside the loops that makes it a drawstring bag. You guys hear that? I think the Yeti's coming back. So we gotta hurry up and finish this. Okay, we just have to make the cord, add the handles, and make the cord stopper, and then we'll be done and we'll get out of here before that little monster comes back and tries to get me.
The Yeti is still lurking, and Jenna is about to get into a lot of trouble. The Yeti, also known as the Abominable Snowman, is a legendary creature said to roam the snowy mountains of the Himalayas. Described as a large ape-like being covered in white or gray fur, it's been a part of local folklore for centuries. A fun fact, in 1951, a British explorer found large footprints in the snow near Mount Everest, sparking global fascination. While no one's ever proven the Yeti exists, the mystery continues to inspire stories, movies, and expeditions to this day. Let's cross our fingers that Jenna makes it out of these mountains with all her limbs.
To make your long cord that goes around the bag, you're basically gonna do the same thing that you did to make the loops, doing this double fold binding, except you're gonna do it with 4 2.5-inch strips. Your first step is to sew all of your strips together using a diagonal seam. The main difference with making the cord is you're gonna fold in both ends of the double fold binding by like 1/4 to 1/2 inch. No exact science, just to hide those raw edges. So I'm gonna cut that off. I'm gonna open this guy up, fold it in. I'll just press it a little bit. I'm gonna fold it in one more time. Fold it back over itself. Give it a nice press. And then I like to use a little clip to secure the end. Now we're gonna sew the side that has the 2 ends that meet together using an 1/8 of an inch seam allowance. And you're gonna wanna start at the top and go boop, then boop, and then sew all the way till you get to the bottom, and then sew back across to close out all of those edges. Our cord is finished and it's super long, and I forgot to tell you earlier, but you want to cut it down to be a total of 137 inches long. Now we got to make the cord stopper. The last thing we're going to make is the cord stopper, and we're going to start with a 3-inch by 3 1/4 inch piece of fabric. And I have put interfacing on this, so some SF 101, just so that it's a little bit sturdier. There's some structure to it. First, you are going to fold it in half this way, and then we're going to sew that together using 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now we are going to turn this guy right side out, and I like to use a safety pin. And we are going to go in and out of the edge a couple of times, and I'm only going through one side of it. Then I can take this end and poke it down inside my little tube and pull the edge. And you just keep pulling until you turn everything out. And we are going to press this so that the seam is in the middle. Now the seam is in the middle, and now we're going to fold it in half again, making sure the seam is on the outside, and we're going to stitch this together, 1/4 inch seam allowance. I am just going to trim this down by like 1/8 inch, just leaving a little bit left over. And now we're going to turn this guy right side out. So now we got a tube, and again we're going to make sure to press it so that this seam is in the middle. And now I am going to sew a line right down the middle where that seam is, and it's going to create 2 tube sections so that we can put the end of our cord into each of those sections. And our cord stopper is done. Now we just have to add on our handles, and then we're basically finished. Ah! I am using webbing. You can make your handles if you want, but I find this a little bit easier, and this is 32 inches long. First, you're gonna find the center of your bag on both ends and mark it, and I already did that. I marked it with a pin on both sides. This is where a fabric marking tool comes in handy. To place your handles, you're gonna go 2.5 inches from the middle of your panel and then 5 inches down. And before I clip this into place, I want to fold the edge of my webbing up by about 1 inch. So I'm just going to make sure that's about 1 inch. Perfect. And that's just hiding that raw edge. Do that 5 inches. And then I'm going to pin this into place. Just make sure. And then after one side's done, you're going to repeat that on the other side. You're then going to repeat this on the other side. Now we're going to secure these guys down by first doing a box and then doing an X in that box. And you want your box to be 2 inches from the edge of the handle. So I'm just going to mark where that 2-inch mark is. And now we're going to sew them on. Again, we're going to make a box first and then fill it in with an X. You got your box and your X, and we're gonna do that to all of our handles. Look how cute these handles are. I can barely even stand it. Okay, all of our parts are done. Now we just gotta put them together. To attach the cording, I find it a little bit easier to stick it through the loops if it's attached to a safety pin. And now I'm just gonna thread this guy through the middle of all of my loops. And I'm starting in between my handles, but you really can do wherever you want. You can start wherever you want. After you've threaded about 4 of the loops, you want to stop and pull your cord through until you have around a foot left just hanging. While I'm threading this, I need you to tell me if you were to be deserted anywhere, where would it be? Because I certainly hate the cold. I despise the cold. It is my least favorite thing. Well, actually, maybe the heat's my least favorite thing, but the cold is my second least favorite thing. So being stuck here in the mountains is not on my bucket list. I will say that. But in the comments, let me know where you would want to be deserted, or if you don't want to be deserted anywhere, which I don't think any of us do, let me know where is your least favorite spot to be deserted, or like where would you not want to be? Now I gotta thread the loops through each side of the cord stopper. And our last step is to take these two pieces and tie them into a knot so that the cord stopper doesn't come out and you know where the end of your thing is. Guess what? Our bag is done. So now let's put it to use. I'm gonna flip it to the other side, and I don't know if you've noticed, but in this abandoned cabin there are tons of quilts, and I gotta stay warm in the middle of winter as I try to find this freaking treasure. So I'm gonna maybe just take some of these quilts to keep me warm. Let's see this bag in action. It is so cold outside, so I'm gonna pack myself a quilt, and I think I need some rotary cutters just in case the Yeti comes after me, so we're gonna put those in there too. And I'm gonna take my little cord, I'm gonna pull it so that it's tight. And then I can use this cord stopper to tighten that guy up. I'll take the leftover of this and kind of just stick it in the middle. And you got a super cute bag. Then when you need to go anywhere, all you have to do is loosen this bag up, and this guy turns back into a mat. When I was designing this bag, I wanted it to be perfect for a day at the beach where you could just throw all your stuff in the middle, scrunch it up, and let it all loose whenever you need to. For a picnic, playing at the park, for a baby, you can put all the toys in the middle, and then it turns into a play mat. If you want the pattern for this bag, make sure to head to our website, and when you make it and post it on social media, make sure to tag us. We want to see it. But for now, I gotta get going because I can hear this Yeti coming. So let's see where we're going. Y'all, I was holding this upside down the entire time. Okay, I know exactly what I'm doing, but I can hear this Yeti. So let's pack this baby up. I hope you have a great summer camp and wish me luck.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Base Camp. That was quite an adventure, wasn't it, Jana?
Oh my goodness, I can't believe all the places that we went to throughout the whole day.
Yep, and all those projects, those were some beautiful projects, definitely inspiring.
I liked how everybody was commenting on what kind of fabric they would choose for their project if they did it, which I think is right away something that it's like, oh, this resonated with everybody that they want to do that project.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So one thing, Kory, Professor Kory, we did not get to, that you may not know, but we did not get to our giveaway for the middle segment. We were so busy doing all our sales and talking about those. So we were supposed to give away a Sure Stitch Elite. And so we're gonna give that away first thing now. So again, the Sure Stitch Elite is on sale, 10% off. It's valued at $999.95, but it's on sale for $899.96 because it's on special. So if you aren't the winner of this giveaway, don't despair. You can still purchase all the way through the end of the month. So the Sure Stitch Elite can work on the cutie, all the way up to the Evolution Elite, and it works with your domestic machines. The Little Rebel already has a stitch regulator on there, so you don't need it for that. So anyway, let's do a drum roll.
Let's do it.
Gail Train, congratulations. That is amazing. I'm so happy for you. Allegra Irznosnik, who is our giveaway coordinator, she will email you with information on how to get that Sure Stitch Elite sent to you. So congratulations, Gail. But
yeah, congratulations. The Sure Stitch Elite is a great quilting tool.
It's so much fun and it works with so many different machines, and Gail's gonna have a great time with it. She's probably jumping up and down right now.
Yeah. We just want to send out a quick reminder about scammers. There are a lot of them out there, unfortunately, so just be careful. We will never contact you through social media for personal information. It'll always be by call. If you ever receive any questionable emails that look like they might be from us, but you're unsure, definitely feel free to call in just to verify that what you're receiving really is from us, because those scammers can be tricky sometimes. So definitely keep a watch out for those.
It's true, and if you ever receive an email from us, it's okay to call and say, is this really from you guys? Is this Facebook ad really from you guys? So definitely watch for that. If you're on social media a lot, we'd love you to follow us. So if you're on there and you're worried, follow the correct ones. So we've got Facebook and Instagram and X and YouTube and TikTok and Pinterest, so many different ways to get a hold of the Grace Company. But most importantly, we want to make sure that you're subscribed to YouTube. That's where we're going to have the end. So you watch this fantastic event. I know you're thinking, oh man, I want to go back and quilt that. And you get the pattern and then you think, oh wait, there was a technique she had, right? And you want to make sure that you got it right. So follow us on YouTube every Monday for the next couple of Mondays. So the 4 segments that we've had will be released each Monday. So that way you can follow along, make sure that what you're quilting is what you're wanting to quilt, that you understood the instructions correctly. So YouTube at the Grace Company, and we are just having a lot of things on there already. Every week we're releasing things into YouTube, so it's a great place to be and to follow us and watch everything that's going on.
Yeah, we definitely like connecting with our customers and seeing what you guys are doing. So be sure to follow us and let us know what you guys are up to.
Yeah, and we want to make sure that you're following us with the Quilters Playground.
Yes.
And the Need a Little Help. I think that's the funniest play on words, the needle, it, help. Anyway, so.
Yes, those are great segments put on by our education team where you can connect with them and talk live with them to answer any of your questions you might have. It's a great chance to connect with Carla. She can teach you how to do different projects. They're really great, our education team, with answering your guys' questions and making sure that you guys understand the tools that we're able to provide for you and how to use them. So be sure to subscribe to those and check them out. Those happen twice a month.
Yeah, they're opposite. So the Quilters Playground happens twice a month, and then the Need a Little Help happens twice a month. So there's both on there. You can go to all 4, or you can go to only 2. We'd love to see it everything. So make sure you're taking advantage of that. And there are special discounts if you're being a part of that, on top of our already fantastic discounts. So, make sure you're looking at all our specials. You can find those on our website at graceframe.com. You can find our dealers on graceframe.com. Earlier we showed you how to find if a dealer is near you. And if you can't find a dealer or you don't have one near you, email me directly and I'll be able to say, hey, that dealer by you, let's talk and get them set up to be one of our partners. So again, our specials the whole month, but don't wait until the end of the month.
Yep.
Because if you're like me, it's 11:59 on that last day. And I'm like, I was gonna order and I forgot and I got busy. I was quilting, I was doing other things. Or if you're on your own adventure, your treasure hunt.
Those 10% off, that's a good deal and it adds up really quickly with those discounts.
Well, and the QCT is 20% off. So this is a great time to take advantage of that. Don't wait. Call our dealers, call us to talk about it, and then go to your dealer. We're okay with that. We're okay to talk with you if you have questions about size and space and money and what do we do, how do I make it work and which machine works with what. Maybe your dealer doesn't have that on the floor, but they're still wanting to order it. We can help your dealer get stuff onto the floor. So yeah, lots of fun stuff going on with the specials.
Oh yeah, great deal.
Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the specials that we've got going on, like we said specifically, but I just wanted to throw up one more time about the Mini Quilter. It is $299.95, $299.95. So $300 for the Mini Quilter. Fits most domestics, has that option that you can do, you can see right there. We saw Missy and Kristin do the specials. It was really fun to watch them quilt. You can take it with you. It's a nice little add-on, even if you already have a long arm and frame. And then the other special I wanted to show was the automation specials for that 20% off. Now the prices we're going to show are for each specific tier, but as a reminder that those upgrades are also 20% off. So there's the QCT 6 edge to edge, the Plus, the Pro, yeah. So, and then the upgrades over $500 from 6 to Plus or Plus to Pro, and then $1,000 savings if you're going from edge to edge. If you're like, ready, let's go to that design feature all the way up to $1,000.
Yep.
So I hope everybody's had a fun time.
I know I have. This has definitely been a lot of fun. I've learned a lot, saw some beautiful, beautiful quilts.
Well, we have another giveaway.
That's right.
This is our grand prize giveaway. This is the Cutie fabric frame. Now, if you haven't, again, if you don't win, or if you haven't won any of these prizes, you can still take advantage of the 10% off. Don't wait until the end of the month. but with the Cutie, it can hold up to a 19-inch throat. So if you're thinking, oh, that's the space for me, but I just need more throat space. And I guarantee you about 35% of the people who purchase the Cutie and just use a domestic, they upgrade to the little Rebel, a bigger throated sewing machine, the 16, even the 19 fits on the Cutie. So you don't have to sacrifice throat space just because you have a smaller width available in your area. So $999.95. If you don't win, they can purchase for $549. Special for the month. Call your dealers. Call us if you don't have a dealer near you. It's a fantastic price.
It is, and it is a fun frame. I actually started a solar flare quilt several months ago. I've got it all pieced. I haven't finished. I might have to take advantage of our sale by Cutie so I can actually finish that thing.
Yeah, well, and having the Cutie just available, even if you do have a long arm to take it camping. We've told the story about this couple that is a long arm trucker, and she takes it with them and stops and takes orders from people on quilts, and then she quilts in the hotel room or wherever, and yeah, it's very versatile for travel. So
That's such a creative way to use it. That's awesome.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna announce our grand prize winner. We hope it's you.
Should we do another drum roll?
I like the drum rolls.
Let's do it.
Sherry Patterson.
Congratulations.
That is so fantastic. Sherry's like probably doing cartwheels. She's so excited. Everybody's like, we're jealous, Sherry. Congratulations, Sherry. Again, Allegra has your information, so she'll call you or email you and say, where do you want us to ship it? And how do we get it delivered to you? So congratulations, and congratulations to all our other winners. As a reminder, if you won the bingo prize that Jarek and I did in the middle, we want to make sure that you email Allegra at graceframe.com, so that, because she doesn't have your information because it wasn't a pre-registration. So email her and let her know that you won that linear sharpener so that you can take advantage of that. But Kory, Professor Kory, I've had a wonderful time here at Base Camp.
Me too. It has been a very fun adventure.
I just want to make sure that everybody knows all the things that they can watch again, how to watch again.
Yep, so you can go subscribe to our YouTube channel. Again, those will be released in one week segments. So the first segment will be released in a week following the next segment will be released. So definitely keep an eye out for those so you can rewatch those videos and create some of those beautiful masterpieces that were done today.
And follow along, because I don't know if other people do this, but if I'm watching a YouTube video, I'm following along, I'll pause it.
Oh yeah.
Catch up to them. There was a comment that someone was like, you're quilting faster than I can quilt. Well, yeah, we sped up the video. So definitely pause or slow it down so that when you're quilting, then you can make sure you're getting everything right and set where you're doing. And a reminder again, follow us on that YouTube. That way you can get that notification. If you're subscribing to us, you'll get notification that those have come out, and we'll be able to help you with that. But we're gonna see you again for Fall Festival.
Yep, that's gonna be another fun one.
That's gonna be so fantastic. It's gonna be in October, so write your calendar, put your dates on there, because we want to make sure that everybody has that all set and ready to go. So we want you to join us for all our fun festivals. And just as a reminder, all our products, 10% off, automation 20% off, available through us and our dealers. So you don't have to just come through us, go through your local dealer, take advantage of them. And the fact that they're right there and be able to help you out. So
yeah.
All right, well, I think that's it for us.
I think it is.
I think it's time to head home from Base Camp and head back to Grace Company and do some some fun work.
Yep. Thanks everybody so much for joining us. This has definitely been a fun adventure with you guys.
We'll see you next time. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.